New Year, everybody. It's Kurt Thompson with Trumpet Champions. This is my second or third attempt within the last 10 minutes to actually go live. Every time I've tried, I've got an error, meaning not good, meaning you probably weren't seeing it. So I'm looking at some more errors here. Let me see here what's going on. So hold on a second here. I'm just going to remove these errors. I hope it's still going here. So I've used this StreamYard before, and it seems like it always screwed up on certain ones like Facebook. And let me know if you're out there. Maybe leave a comment on either Facebook or YouTube. But based on the errors I'm getting, and I'm not going to restart again. This is the second or third time. So hopefully I made it to YouTube. It looks like maybe I did because I see a green check mark on YouTube. And anyway, if you could leave a comment and let me know if you're actually there on YouTube and you were actually watching. Let me see if I can see actually if it might let me know here if anybody's actually watching yet. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, I don't see anybody yet. So that means I might be just talking to myself again. Let's see. Let me see if I'm actually there somewhere. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. It looks like, am I actually live there? Let's see here. Okay, let's see here. Am I there? Am I there? Okay, it looks like I think I am live on YouTube. And so let's see here. So that's good. Let's see if I can leave a regular comment here. I'm just not used to do the live stream stuff, guys. So hopefully. In fact, the whole premise of getting this going from, remember last year we did the fundraiser, is actually get out in front of people and do it live. So I've kind of switched gears to just trying to be able to get out in front of an audience instead of in front of a camera, which is what I've been doing for like the last 15 years. So let me, okay, I see that I am live on YouTube. So let me shut that down because I'm hearing myself talk. Okay, so we're live there. Let me go back to StreamYard. So anyway, yeah, last year was a great end result for our fundraiser, and that allowed me to get out in real life, do real rehearsals with real musicians in front of real people, in front of a real audience. And that part was almost perfect. If you saw me live, you would be like, that guy was actually doing pretty good. But the live stream, no, I went back and I was able to see it. The live stream, not that good from the camera point of view, the video or the audio. So I just haven't been working on that. Just not my expertise. And here we go again. I thought I could take the same setup that we did live and just do a couple little switcheroos. And now you are watching me on my Canon M50, which is known worldwide as a very good camera. It's kind of like a starter camera for professionals, and I'm not a pro, but it's a decent camera. So the video here now should be a lot better than the video stuff you were seeing on July 7th for Doc's birthday. But the audio, now I have a condenser mic. I got a preamp hooked up to my laptop. And I got the tracks from another laptop hooked up to the Focusrite. And I got one of the really expensive Everse 8 speakers that we use for the live performance. I got it down on the floor as a monitor right now, so I can hear myself and hear the tracks and stuff. So we got it all going that way, but there's one little fly in the ointment, and that's StreamYard. I guess they don't like all this bandwidth and all this power because I'm using our Wi-Fi. Now I have AT&T fiber optics, and I just did a speed test over 300 megs per second. That's pretty decent speed, but still, anyway, we're going to try it out later with some playing. So I want to discuss a little bit. I had to actually make me some cue cards to kind of remember and to be more organized in what we're doing this year. So I wanted to make this kind of in the style of the Jerry Lewis Labor Day telethons. And do any of you remember that? If you're under 40, you probably have no idea what I'm talking about. If you're over 40, especially like me, I was a kid when a lot of this came on, and I didn't have anything else to do. And this is when it was mainly just network TV, so you kind of had to watch it. Anyway, Jerry put on a good fundraiser and a good show because they were trying to raise a lot of money, and it was being presented nationwide. But they ended up having acts and celebrities come on, and he would sing and this, that, and the other, why they were trying to raise money to help out kids and then even adults that had MD, muscular dystrophy. So I thought that would be a good format to do because, you know, I thought, well, I could come out here and be a dancing monkey and just play song after song like a concert. But that, I don't know how motivating that would be for somebody to actually understand what's going on with Trumpet Champions. So I thought of a ladder. So here's the ladder that I thought of. Okay. And the ladder is just basically when we hit some milestones, that's what I'm going to bring out, a new piece of music, a new Doc Severinsen solo. Not new, but new for tonight. And these will be all the solos that I performed on his birthday, his 98th birthday, about 6 months ago. So the first ladder is going to be the $2,000 amount. And let me see if I can actually put up where we are at right now. Again, I'm very unfamiliar with this platform of StreamYard, but I believe I can go here. 1 second. And let's see here. I can show you where we're at. It's good to keep you updated to where we are currently at. Okay, there we go. Does everybody see that? So as of 10 p.m. Central Time, December 31st, man, yes, I have to laugh because I'm looking at the amount now. I'm happy, but also sad. And $1,200, what is that? What is that going to get us? Okay, a sound guy is going to be about $500. That's the cheapest I've been able to find, and they go up from there. So if I got a really good sound guy who also can put on his video hat and really make things sound and look good for me playing the music, and we maybe had a sax player join me like last time, or maybe not. Folks, I don't even know if that's going to give us 2 performances. If that's going to allow me and the whole group to go to like a jazz festival. I don't, maybe it would give us 1 performance at a jazz festival. Is it going to give us more than 1? Probably not much more. Is it going to allow us to go into, you know, some schools and maybe travel an hour or 2 from here and present this to kids who are just on a steady diet of obscene hip hop and violent rap? I don't think that's going to be enough. So we have to have more, folks. We have to be, I need your money. We need your money. This 501c3 needs your money, seriously. And wow, it's urgent. We have a few hours left today on New Year's Eve. But it's actually a little bit more dire than that. So anyway, we'll talk about that a little bit. I want to give you I want to be honest and transparent about myself and my abilities. And well, I'm already a little bit honest. You know, I'm just not a live sound engineer pro. So nobody can be a master of it all. And so I can do a little bit, like I'm doing some right now. I got things hooked up, but we really do need a sound engineer, someone that can do this stuff for me. So I can actually focus on my instrument. Now, I haven't been able to even focus on this. And some of you know that up until a couple weeks ago, I was mainly working on publishing my books. Now I have a goal in 2026 that by this time next year to have over 100, or no, to have at least 100 published music books. Most of them will be trumpet, but a good chunk of them will be brass related for baritone, cimbasso, tuba, you name it, cornet, flugelhorn, on and on and on. So I was focused on that until here recently when a student gave me the idea, hey, Kurt, you might want to do a live stream because last year you weren't really live. You just kind of put up these videos. They suggested, hey, if you could just play a couple numbers, get dressed up, do a live stream, and just kind of hang out, you might get more people interested in understanding what the cause is for Trumpet Champions, why you're doing it, what's needed, what's going to happen with the donations that come in, what are you going to use it for, and all that stuff. And so I started scratching my head. I thought, well, that's not a bad idea. And then when I got into it, it's what I already told you at the beginning of this. I remember the Jerry Lewis telethons. I thought, hey, and that guy was raising 40 million, 50 million, 60 million. I mean, I lost at that point. I actually quit watching him, but I know he got up at least until I quit watching him, 40, 50 million dollars, 60 million. That's a lot. So anyway, yeah, I quit about that time. So Jerry Lewis telethon, that's about Jerry Lewis telethon. That's about where I ended with him making the 50, 60 million dollars. And I thought that's kind of the route that I want to go tonight. So anyway, I got some cue cards that kind of remind me of what I wanted to talk about because there's just too many things. I actually bought an easel and a big poster board that I was going to have several different things here behind me where you could see what I was going to be talking about, but just ran out of time. I have so many things to talk about in regards to Trumpet Champions and how we could make a difference. I just saw an interview on Tucker Carlson, and he was interviewing a black man. I don't remember his name, but he seemed very educated and knowledgeable about the music business. And if you could find Tucker Carlson later, you might really want to dig that interview because the guy was talking exactly about what Trumpet Champions is trying to help solve. And he was talking about how bad the music was for black folks originally, and then how it spread to white folks. And he talked about the violent rap. He talked about the obscenity, the obscene hip hop. And he was given an example after example and saying how this is kind of contributed to the demise of our cultural values here in USA and actually spread around the world. So I haven't watched all that interview. I want to watch the rest of it. I actually wanted to make a clip of it and put it here tonight, but I just ran out of time because I got bogged down with all these tech issues. So make a note right now, guys. If you're watching me, you're interested in good music, you're interested in reviving the best trumpet music from the 20th century, and get it revived doesn't mean make it good again, because is it good right now? It's really not that good. So revive, when I think of the word revive, which is part of our mission, I'm not thinking about making something good. I'm thinking about bringing something back, reviving it, like if you're passed out and someone revives you. So yeah, the music scene is not that great now. So our mission to revive the greatest trumpet music of the 20th century, educate the general public, entertain them, and then also empower youth and kids in school, especially in underserved communities, by showing them and letting them see and hear what real good music's all about. That just might change the course and direction in their lives. So that's what it's about. So anyway, revive is not about making something better. There's not a whole lot better right now in the current music environment to make better. It's pretty bad. It really is pretty bad. It's about reviving it, kind of breathing air back into it and getting it going. So that's what we're trying to do with this instrument and Trumpet Champions. So let me take this off the screen. So you've seen we're right now at 1,200. Our goal is 15,000. I believe we can do it. I'm just thinking, let me use my psychic powers, guys. Let me use my psychic powers. This year has been a banner year financially. If you were invested in gold, oh my goodness, hello. If you were invested in Bitcoin, I mean, wasn't Bitcoin around 40 or 50,000 this time last year? If you're invested in the stock market, I mean, hasn't it gone up like 30%? So I'm just thinking, somebody out there, somebody out there who maybe started trumpet and was good and talented, or maybe on trombone or something in college. They were good and talented enough to kind of do what I did, become a band director and then teach and all that. But they just made the decision that the financial part was a little bit more important. And so they didn't go down that road. And for the last 20 years, the last 30 years, instead of spending all their time on this, they got really good at finances. They got really good with business, corporate work, the corporate world, investments, real estate, gold, the stock market. You got really good at that, and I'm talking to you right now. So you didn't go down the road that I did. You went down a different road, and man, how good must it feel right now to be you and just be looking up at the sky thinking, man, I just can't believe how good life has been to me. I mean, I was so lucky to have most of my money the last 5 years, the last 10 years in the stock market, buying REITs and the EFTs and everything else, and then Bitcoin. I just can't believe how lucky and how good things have worked out for me. And so I'm knowing right now there's actually somebody who's watching or will see this program that can actually make a gift of $15,000 and solve our problems for 2026. Somebody could just do that right now. I know somebody could probably do that 10 times, right? Come on now. If you've been watching, if you haven't had your head in the sand and you've been looking around, things are just so good financially. So I see it everywhere I go. There's somebody out there who could probably make a gift of 150,000 and it wouldn't really hurt their pocketbook. So, but the 15,000 is what we're going for. And now I brought up that amount, 150,000. Now, January, NEA, National Endowment for the Arts, opens up their application process for organizations like us to apply for a grant. And guess what? It just so happens their American Rescue Grant for organizations like us is 150,000. So I will also be applying for that. We need a couple of board members. So there's a lot of ways to give to Trumpet Champions and to actually any nonprofit. Of course, you can give your financial resources. You can give your time. Let's see, you can donate, you can be of service. And so one thing that we're looking for is also a few board members that could join us. We need that to be on the application for NEA grant application. So think about that. Let's see what else. Oh, now I'm looking down, it looks like we are not on Facebook. We got 3 people watching us. So I've sent this out on my email roster to well over a good 3,000 people. I texted a lot of people tonight and sent personal emails. So I think, would it be fair to say that people on New Year's Eve might be, some of you guys might not be seeing this because you're all partying. Maybe you're half toasted up, drunk maybe you're painting the town red. Who knows? Maybe you got the partner out doing something fun. Maybe you're just outside shooting off firecrackers. So I think that may be what's going on. But we got 3 people watching. I would like to get a few more before I start considering doing some playing. So let me see here. So let me repeat the milestone again if I didn't already do that. So we're at 1,200. As soon as we hit 2,000, I would like to get the first piece of music out to you guys as a solo. After that, we'll go until 5,000. That would mean we're 1/3 of the way there. And then I would do the second trumpet solo. And then what else? We're then after that, 7,500, we'll do the 3rd solo. 10,000, we're going to do the 4th solo. And then we'll wait till we hit our actual goal, and that will be the finale. and I can either do an encore or, God forbid, should I try to do Doc's Hardest Soul? Now I did this on July 7th and I nailed it. Watch What Happens. I could, and I don't even know if I have enough lip left for that, but that's actually one of my favorites. But it is really just god awful hard to play live, especially without looking. You know, where's my stand at? I don't see my stand at, but putting on some headphones, put it up the stand, hiding behind the stand, just kind of looking at your music. That's not what real performance is about. It's about having the music in your head and your ears and going that route. So anyway, Watch What Happens is one that I think would be a good one for when we reach our goal of 15,000. And let's talk about that real quick. 15,000, is that a lot of money? Is that a lot of money? Well, let's ask Mr. Wynton Marsalis. So, Wynton Marsalis is doing the same thing I'm doing, but he's been doing it for a heck of a lot longer. I think in the late 90s, he kind of hooked up with the folks at Jazz at Lincoln Center, which wasn't doing too well, and the building was somewhat decrepit. And he got linked up with them, and I guess they turned that all into a 501c3 organization with him being the executive director. I'm the executive director, the ED of Trumpet Champions. Wynton is the ED of Jazz at Lincoln Center. So I thought Jazz at Lincoln Center was just a building where they played. Turns out it's not just a building. It's actually the name of his nonprofit. So I thought, well, if he's in New York City, maybe he's making $100 grand a year, playing his horn and teaching, or could he be making a couple $100,000 a year? I mean, I don't know. I thought with his name recognition, he might just be getting maybe bigger donations, just because of his celebrity and name recognition. But so I did do some research on him, because just like us, the nonprofits have to have public disclosed income and taxes and all that. So I think it bears some value to bring this up when we were talking about us raising 15,000, so we can have a great 2026. Let's see what Wynton is doing here. So let me pull up some of his stuff. So first off, I got this off the irs.gov site. You can get any tax and income information from the IRS if they're a nonprofit. So let me put Jazz at Lincoln Center here, front and center. And I don't know if you can see all that. Let's see. That's kind of like the beginning of their 990. And let's see here. That just kind of shows you the EIN number. And this is for tax year 2023. Now, I've looked at some of his tax returns, because after I saw this, it was so fascinating. I went all the way back. I think you can go back to like the early 2000s. And so anyway, yeah, this is Jazz at Lincoln Center. It's a nonprofit, just like Trumpet Champions. And so I thought, well, I wonder if they have what Wynton is making, because in Trumpet Champions, I'm making negative, folks. You know what I mean by that? I mean, since I'm contributing so much time unpaid, and I'm contributing so much money out of my pocket, I have a negative salary. I mean, it's negative. And so anyway, here is, let's see if I find Wynton. Let's check that out. Okay, now if you look at Wynton, let's see, where is he? He's at the, let me look at my screen. Oh, he's at the very top, folks. I want you to study that. It shows what he made for 2023, and it's around 2.4 million. And then he had some other bonuses, 500,000. So if you look, the grand total that Wynton pulled in for 2023 was almost 3 million. And when I saw that, I was like, wait a minute. I'm jealous. I'm envious. I mean, if I saw $300,000, I'd be like, wait, dude's killing it. I mean, how many people do you know that make 300,000? I'm not talking about knowing Elon Musk or Bill Gates. Not that way. I'm talking about how many people are you acquainted with, or your friends or family, they're making over 300,000 a year. But Wynton's not making $300,000 a year. He's making 3 million or more. And like I said, I went back to some of his other tax records for prior years, and it's the same story. 2 million here, 25, 2.5 million. So I'm very jealous of that because I'm making negative right now with Trumpet Champions. And so I'm also a little bit envious. So I'm being perfectly honest. But then the third kind of set of emotions kind of hit me in, and that is kind of sadness. So a little bit of, yes, I'm a little jealous and envious, but the third one kind of made me sad. And what that sadness came from is we're not we're not working for Microsoft. We don't own Microsoft. We don't own American Airlines or anything like that, or any kind of. We don't own what Nvidia. It's not that. We're in a nonprofit business, and there should be, in my opinion, if you're in a nonprofit, shouldn't there be some humility and shouldn't there be some sense of service? So the sadness comes in when I'm thinking that he's taking in 3 million from, I get the donors and the grants and everything else. Immediately I'm thinking, well, with 3 million, I mean, wow, could couldn't that buy a lot of student grade instruments for kids to start playing on? Couldn't that be a lot of music lessons? Couldn't that be a lot more performances? It just, that's the sad part for me. It just seems like it's overkill. It's the salary payment for Winton is overkill. I'd be willing to bet that his schedule, and my schedule, I'd be willing to bet that I'm working harder than he is, just in general. I mean, I got 9 dogs, and it's not because I'm just a dog lover. It's actually I'm trying to help them out. They were abused or neglected, and so I'm physically helping them out. I'm not just sending $50 to the Humane Society or PETA. I'm actually taking action and trying to be of service to these animals. So anyway, if you look at Winton's tax now, you can go to irs.gov and check and corroborate it. You don't have to. I mean, I'm not an accountant. I can't make this stuff up. But you can check this out, and you can look at all the other years. So yes, I am a little jealous of Winton. I am a little bit envious of Winton. But in the end, think about that, folks. $3 million a year, every year, to serve a nonprofit. I'm a little sad about that because in New York, there's a lot of people, and I would imagine there's a lot of impoverished kids that live in the ghetto, that live in bad areas, that don't get to hear great music or jazz or even classical, and they hear all that violent, kill the cop rap stuff, the hate rap, the very obscene hip hop, and they get a steady diet of that, and they're not exposed to this. And so anyway, it seems like that $3 million. I mean, couldn't you live pretty good for 300,000? That's just me, and that's why I'm in this. Right now I can't even say I'm in it to make money because I'm actually giving money to the nonprofit. When we run out, like what happened this past year, I had to give not only my time but more money to make sure we were able to go all the way to July 7th. So anyway, that's that. So let me take that off the screen. Anyway, I do hope that you follow up on that because when you see this, that Winton is bringing in just for himself $3 million. Now that's about close to $300,000 a month. What is it? $280,000 a month. And then we're just asking, hello, 15,000, not for a week, not for a month, but 15,000 for the whole year for 2026. It then puts things in perspective, doesn't it? I mean, like I mentioned before, some of you have had a great year. You're really happy right now. You just can't believe, you got to pinch yourself like, man, I can't believe how lucky it was in the stock market. And I had all this gold. Gold went up to, what is it, 4,000 now or whatever, anyway. So anyway, the 15,000 that we're trying to get will help us out. And no, it's not a lot of money. And for some of you, maybe you got that in your pocket right now. So I want you to seriously consider being proactive, being a part of a Trumpet Champions and our success, your success. This is our organization. This is your organization. We're trying to make music better. So anyway, I encourage you to look to do a deeper dive into Winter Marsalis. And I talked to a couple of students, and they said, well, that's, I guess there's some other company that puts out guidelines for how much CEOs and ED should make for nonprofits. And he goes, that's just way, that's off the charts. You know, if you're working for a nonprofit, you're not supposed to actually profit that much from the nonprofit business. So that's one opinion from somebody else. So anyway, I'm going to take that off the screen now. So we talked about Wynton Marsalis and Jazz at Lincoln Center and how he's pulling in 3 million every year. Yes, he's a great player. He's one of the greatest, and he's not the greatest. I think he's really, really good. He can out finger wiggle me. He can out jazz me. He can out tritone sub me. I mean, on all the jazz stuff. Can he out Doc Severinsen me? No. Can he out Maynard Ferguson me? No. But no, none of that. He can't do that like I can do. But he can certainly outplay me on the jazz improvisation. Yeah, I can't touch him on that. He is that good. So I can't take that away from him. But he is not the gift and God to trumpet like some of these other stars from the 20th century were. Maynard Ferguson, Doc Severinsen, of course, Bud Brisbois, on and on. Well, we got Dizzy Gillespie that really innovated the bebop style. Of course, Louis Armstrong. So those were the greats. And now Wynton's up there. He's good, but he's not at that level, in my opinion. But he is certainly making bank. So he's take my hat off to him. He's got some business acumen there, to be sure. So anyway, let me see what else. Let's see. We need your money right now. We need your money. We need your money. Man, we need your money. We need your gifts. We need your support. And actually, you're helping me a little bit because, frankly, I got to let you know. I really got to let you know. I don't have the ability to keep taking money out of my pocket because I'm not in a financial corporate job. I'm not in that area, that arena like I kind of used to be. I used to be a really good investor more than 20 years ago, and in the stock market and real estate. I used to own a lot of real estate when I was in Seattle. I rented them out Section 8. I was doing a lot of trumpet lessons, and I was investing, and I knew a lot about buying and selling calls and puts and all kinds of stuff. And so I just kind of had the Midas touch at that point, and made a lot of money. I ended up losing a good portion of it, but I'm not in that space right now. I'm in the trumpet space. I'm in the service space for nonprofit, trying to help out animals. And so I just don't have the extra in my budget to make up the shortfall for Trumpet Champions. When we run out of money, the buck kind of stops here, right? But I'm just not in the position to keep shelling out money for Trumpet Champions. I give enough money and I give enough time. And actually, since I'm the star trumpet soloist of the group, I should be investing my time in becoming better at my craft here. I actually play the trumpet. So let's see here. We need your money. We need your money. So like I said, somebody out there, let me use my psychic abilities. Somebody out there is so giddy, so happy. They just keep pinching themselves. They can't believe how much money they've made this year from all their investments, not counting their work, but just the stock market. They're just floating on there or floating. They've made so much money. And it would almost just be a non-event for them to make that gift right now, $15,000. For somebody out there, that's pocket change. They could actually probably even make a gift of $150,000. Maybe that might hurt a little bit more. But the $15,000 is really a low amount. Then let's think back to Wynton Marsalis. Wynton Marsalis could make that there, right there. When you looked at that tax, he could do it. If you know Wynton Marsalis, please have him look at our organization and have him write a check to us right now. I mean, 15,000, doesn't he make that like every couple of days? So please help us. Let's, the mission, Trumpet Champions, revitalize the greatest trumpet music from the 20th century, educate the general public, entertain the general public with this great quality music, and empower students in underserved communities. That is our mission. Are you opposed to that mission? Are you anti that mission? Are you against this mission of our nonprofit, Trumpet Champions Inc.? Are you? If you are opposed to what we're trying to do, well, then I can understand if you're not interested in helping us out. Maybe there's some out there that want us to fail. They don't want to see Trumpet get revived and revitalized. They just want to see it go the way of the dinosaur. So we have only AI generated music, only computer generated beats, and all that. Maybe there's somebody. I hope you're not watching. If that somebody is out there that is kind of opposed to what we're doing. But if you aren't opposed to this, then you might want to just go, well, see, we're all musicians here. Why not stand up for a worthy cause? Yeah, let's do it. Let's go ahead and make some. Yeah, let's make a gift to Trumpet Champions right now. So you should see a link in the description. I'm going to take a moment right now. Let me check our fundraiser to see if we've gotten to 2,000. If we have, I'll start warming this thing up a little bit. Uh-oh. I don't know about tonight. Unwarmed up and cold, folks. Well, you know I've been talking for 45 minutes already, so you know I'm not warmed up. But anyway, I would like to get one of the first songs going, and if we got this ladder for people that are just joining us. We have like a Jerry Lewis telethon ladder. So our first milestone would be the 2,000 milestone that we want to get to, and that would unlock the very first trumpet solo for me to play. And I'm trying to pick solos I did for Doc Severinsen's birthday last July 7th. So anyway, let me check the GoFundMe and refresh it. Oh man, the needle hasn't moved yet, folks. We need money. We got 2026 coming up. There's something peculiar about our organization. Oh, let's see. What is it? What's peculiar about our organization that I've noticed when we've been doing these fundraisers? We get between 10 and 20 of you. Now, if you remember Jerry Lewis, man, I mean, he was nationwide, right? So did he have millions of people watching? And I think I don't know if he had millions of people donating, but he had a couple 100,000 donating. So, wow. We don't have that. What we have are 10 to 20 donors like you that are serious, that kind of give these leadership type of donations. Leadership donations, I would say, are kind of the opposite of symbolic donations. So what am I talking about? Before I ended up with 8 or 9 dogs here, it's actually almost 9 dogs. We have a new dog, Panda, that's here most of the time now. So I guess I could just say got 9 dogs here. Before all that, when it was just down to, before I was even here, it was just Maynard, I would try to make donations to PETA, the Humane Society, on my budget. And usually there were $20 here, $10 here, $5 here, $50 here. And you know what? I call those symbolic type of donations. They're symbolic. They just kind of symbolize me trying to do a little bit to help, but they're not the big grand slam leadership donations of 500, 1,000, 2,500. You know, those are momentous donations. 5,000, extraordinary donations. So I wasn't doing that with the Humane Society, ASCAP or ASCPA and all those, because I just didn't have the budget. So I was making what was called symbolic donations. But tonight, we need leaders. We need people that are willing to really make the serious donations, because we know that we're not going to have 100,000 donors for Trumpet Champions. I just by the history, we're not reaching that many people. So the people that we do reach, And we know it's going to be somewhere in the 10 to 20 range that are actually physically going to donate. And so we just really need you to be serious. We need some serious donations this time. We're all in this together. We're all musicians. Again, I don't think anybody really wants this to fail. And so, won't you give your support right now? We've been at $1,200 at our GoFundMe since I've been talking just tonight, and the needle hasn't moved at all. So, won't you please help out? You heard that? The telephones aren't ringing. Remember that? If you ever watched a Jerry Lewis telephone, he would perk up and say, "Wait a minute, there's no telephones ringing right now," and they would pan over to all the ladies that were kind of manning the telephones. Then you hear a couple of telephones ringing, but there's no telephones ringing right now. So we need your support. Let's see. Let's see. Let me see here. What else can we talk about? Okay. Okay. I mentioned the donation ladder. I've already mentioned that, where each little milestone unlocks some songs that we're going to try to play. Almost kind of like a reward. The mission of Trumpet Champions. What is it? Can you all say it with me? We are trying to revitalize the greatest trumpet music of the 20th century. We are in the 21st century right now. So the 20th century wasn't that long ago. Most of us that are over 40 really remember the 20th century because we were actively going to school. We were actively graduating high school, going on to college, maybe getting our first home, maybe getting married. So there's a lot of us that remember the 20th century really, really well. A lot of us remember, I know exactly where I was on New Year's Eve of 1999. Remember that song, Party Like It's 1999? I was I got, along with my partner, I got invited to go to a bread and breakfast at Seaside, Oregon. One of her family members' friends owned whatever it was, or maybe, no, it was a time, I don't know what it was. But anyway, it was right there on Seaside, on the seaside, right on the beach, not too far from Cannon Beach, where the haystacks are. So I was there on December 31st, 1999, when we went right over into the new millennium. That was the last of the 20th century. I remember where I was when the 20th century was done. We cannot beat the trumpet playing from the 20th century. Nobody in the 21st century has come close to the great trumpet music. And let's branch all the way out, not just to the musicians, but to the music. You think Earth, Wind, and Fire. You think Chicago, Kool and the Gang, um, on and on and on. So that's just the pop stuff and the disco stuff. It was just really quite amazing. Then all the big bands that were really active, they're starting to fade out, but you had, of course, Buddy Rich. You had Stan Kenton going for a while. Woody Herman, Count Basie, just all the great big bands. Oh boy, hold on. I wonder if we have a. Hopefully, we don't have a home invader. If they keep barking, I'll go check to make sure we're not getting broken into, guys. And speaking of getting broken into, do most of you remember more than 2 years ago, most of my musical collection was kind of like my life savings, just right here where we're at, were stolen. And State Farm is not playing ball. They never actually pay me for my claim, and I did have the extra insurance for that. So yeah, we're in an area where there is some crime. It tends to be property crime, not so much your violent murder and that kind of crime, but yeah, there is crime around here. But those dogs are not still barking. I can hear the little pitter pat of their feet. So in a minute, I'm going to take a small break and go get a drink of water and oh, let's see what else. And then maybe check on my dogs. I have, Maynard, who's 16 and a half almost. He's put up a video recently. He's just not doing too good, folks. So I'm checking on him a lot. I even got a baby monitor. So I got a monitor in his room, and I have the little device for the parents in my room, so I can hear if he's crying or if he's having any kind of trouble breathing. So anyway, I'm kind of overprotective about him. But so I want to go check on him. Yeah, it's been, how long has it been now? We are 45 minutes into this. We're coming up on 11 p.m. Central. I told you I am going to try to forge out till the countdown on the West Coast. So that's like a couple more hours. If I can do it, I have some health issues that makes it difficult. Standing here makes it difficult. And well, anyway, we'll just see. Did I mention we need your money? You know, the extra money that you have right now that you don't need, but you're thinking and you're scratching, what should I do with that? I want to do something good with it. I know I'll feel good if I help out an organization. So we need your money, that money that you're thinking about letting go right now. And by the way, did I mention we are a 501c3 organization? What does that mean in simple English? It means that when you give right now, you can take it off on your taxes. When you start filling out your taxes in a few months, whatever you give right now, you can use that as a legitimate deduction. It is a legitimate deduction. If you want a receipt from us, we will be happy to get you a receipt for that too. So anyway, that's another reason. You got some money left over, some extra money, and you were going to do something with it like this. And then, so maybe you weren't thinking of this, is you're also going to get a tax deduction. So there's a lot of good reasons to help us out tonight. Let me just refresh or GoFundMe. Maybe. Okay, well, before I refresh it, I'm not going to refresh it yet, ladies and gentlemen. I do want to thank the 3 donations so far. The 3 donations. Let me get. Oh man, now my brain is all brain fog. So now I'm not going to give out your information. You don't have to worry about that when you make a donation. I'm not going to give out your last name, your street address, your phone number, and all that. Your birthday. And all. I'm not going to do that. Not that I would have all that, but so let me see. Let me see where we're at right now. So we have. Okay, so we have Travis. I won't mention his last name. And he's donated some money already. He's included in this amount here. We have Brad. Brad's donated some. And again, I'm keeping it at first names right now. I'm not trying to give out people's information. And then we have, okay. And then my dad sent some as well. And my mom sent some. I just haven't included it yet into this pile, but I should probably do that on a break. So you got to think about this, guys. I mean, most of you have a mom and dad, and maybe your mom and dad are still living. Maybe they're getting up there. Maybe 1 or 2 has passed away. But you have to think, I mean, both my folks have donated to this event. No, they're not going to do that if they don't think it's worthy, if they don't think that I'm going to put it to good use and I'm really going to try to do something with it. So my mom's first name is Maria, and my dad's first name is Zalon. So I don't know if GoFundMe lists who the donors are. It seems like last year it was a mix of like anonymous and then people did have their names. But anyway, so if you see that on there, if you see Delon or Mario, you'll know, well, that's Kurt's parents. So I got my parents that are trying to help us out. And then we have Travis, we have Brad. So I want to thank everybody. I'm not taking anything for granted. So we got $1,200. And so I want to thank you again. I've already thanked them before, but I want to thank them here publicly. they got the ball rolling, which is very important. So they got the ball rolling, and we're headed in the right direction. But it seems kind of like right now we're just kind of at the bottom of the mountain, and we just gonna need to push. We're just kind of at the bottom still. We got to go all the way to the summit. So we need your money now. We need your money now. The mission of Trumpet Champions, again, are you opposed to this mission? This is what we're trying to achieve. If you don't really know what the mission is, just think of the mission as a goal. What is the goal of what is Trumpet Champions all about? What are they trying to do? What are they trying to accomplish? Our mission is to revitalize this instrument, bring it back, make it more commonplace. Let kids in schools that never have access to hearing this, especially live, let them begin to have access to hearing good quality music, not just computerized AI rap and hip hop. That's our mission. Part of our mission is similar to Wittem Marsalis also. That's to be transformative, to entertain and educate the general public. So that's also part of our mission as well. So that's our mission. If you're not opposed or against any of that, then won't you please help right now? You will? Somebody out there said I will. Somebody out there said they will. So let me, okay, now I'm going to refresh GoFundMe. Well, the needle's been stuck at 1,200. Man, some of you make 1,200 in a day. I mean, how many of you make 3,000 or 4,000 a week? I know some of you do. So we're stuck at 1,200, and again, I thank everybody that did donate so far. I'm happy about the donations, but the thing I'm not happy about is that the needle's not moving, and we are running out of time. It's almost 11 p.m. I can actually hear some fireworks out locally here. People are getting their fireworks out. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and take a small break. I got my trumpet here. And to unlock our first Doc Severinsen solo, we at least got to be at the 2,000 mark because at least since I started the live stream tonight, we haven't had any donations. So anyway, let me go back to the stream. I know we've gotten up. I've seen that we've gotten upwards to 7 or 8 people at one time. So this could be a combination of a couple people are watching and they get off, and then a couple more people get on. So if you add it all up, it could be a total of maybe 15 or 20 different people have already been watching. They're just not solidly watching all the way through. So let's see if there's something I can put on. I'm just curious how to do all this. Let's see if there's something I can put on while we take a little 10-minute break. I have to because of some physical limitations I've been encountering lately. Let me see if I can do this here. Okay, let me see if I can put this on for you guys. Hold on a second. Well, it looks like I could add something here, but no, I don't see it that way. Hold on one second. Let's see. Okay, let me try this, guys. Hold on. Remember, I'm not. This is not an old shoe for me. StreamYard. I did use StreamYard just for talking. I was into doing some live streams a good amount about 4 or 5 years ago, but it was just no playing. It didn't need all the tech gear to to run the tracks and do the trumpet. It was just the camera and like that. So I did do it a long time ago, but it hasn't been recently. So let's see what we got here. Let's see. Hold on one second. Okay. I know I got something for you, so you're just not watching a blank screen. Let's see here. Let's see what I can find. Oh no, it's well, hold on a second. Oh, I have it somewhere. One second, guys. Let's see here. Well, let's see if I can get this to work. I just want to have something for you guys to look at or listen to. Well, I'm gonna take a small break here and get some water and check on the puppies. Let's see here. Oh, let's see here. Okay. Well, hold on, guys. It's uploading right now. Okay. As I was mentioning before, guys, we typically have, now this is the fourth or fifth fundraiser we've done since 2020. By the way, Trumpet's Champions was started in October. That's when I made the application to the Secretary of State. So October 22, October 2020, still almost right in the thick of the pandemic. So I've gone through a couple of these fundraisers, but we have 10 to 20 of you guys that typically will donate. And so because of that, we do need the larger, more meaningful gifts this year, especially if we're trying to get up to 15,000. I'm sure Winter Marsalis might call that the more smaller symbolic gifts for him, because that obviously he could just reach into his back pocket and pull out a few coins, and that would be the 15,000 for him. So anyway, tonight please consider gifts at a level that will truly support our mission. And so let me mention some dollar amounts: $250, $500, $1,000. A lot of you have $1,000. I mean, I got $1,000. It would hurt me to donate $1,000, just because I'm kind of already negative. Like I've already explained, I've already given so much already and paid so many bills here. But so a lot of you have $1,000 that you could donate. But what about 2,500? I think there are some of you out there that could donate 2,500, and you wouldn't even miss it. Let's move up one more. How about 5,000? With a $5,000 donation, it would only take three of you, right? One of you that's sitting pretty on cloud nine from the way all your investments have done. That's just it's just a nothing burger. 15,000 is not going to make any dent in anything for you. But then let's go slightly to the right of that, where you got maybe three people that each can contribute 5,000, and that's still not going to hurt anything. It's not going to ruin your vacation plans. It's not going to ruin getting that fifth flat screen TV for your mansion. Yeah, you're still going to be able to do that. You still have enough money. So three of you out there, I'm quite confident, um, have the 5,000 to make that donation. So that's what we're talking about. 250. All of you have that. In fact, some of you might have that in your wallet right now. 500. Let's move up to 1,000. 2,500 might be a little less common, but I still believe a lot of you would have $2,500 and you can write it off your taxes. So that's kind of what we're looking. When I say meaningful gifts, I'll accept all the gifts on behalf of Trumpet Champions. So some symbolic gifts of $25. And oh, I gotta mention, I received some money in a Christmas card. Was it yesterday? And I believe the individual also sent some last year. And David, I'm not going to say his last name. I'm not giving out personal information. But David sent $50 cash in a card, a really nice Christmas card. Kind of put me in the mood for Christmas all over again. So I want to make sure I acknowledge David if you're watching, or maybe if you're watching the rebroadcast. It is appreciated. So we will accept all donations. But because we have so many things to do, as I mentioned, in 2026, I mean, we want to quit doing the little slow dance here with Trumpet Champions. It just kind of seems like we're kind of slow dancing. You know, we get a couple thousand here and a couple thousand, and we just can't do too much. Then I take some out of my pocket. So we want to move it up to the hustle, or the hustler, or the disco, or a little bachata, right? A little salsa. We want to bring some more energy into it. So there we need these meaningful gifts. So they're all meaningful, but we mean the larger, more meaningful. I call them leadership type of actions. So let me repeat it again: 250. Please donate. 500. 1,000. I don't think there's anybody watching right now that couldn't donate 1,000. 1,000. And then 2,500. 5,000. You know, the other thing, guys, if you're on my email roster, if you stay in contact with me, or if I end up staying in contact with you, you know, several times throughout the year, I ask for donations. And here's the problem: January through November, just about this much comes in. Can you see the zero? So I do ask. I don't try to be pushy. I don't try to push you guys, but I'll say, hey, we're a little bit low. Could you please support us? Could you please send in a little bit? So, I mean, I ask. Now, I don't try to be pushy. I don't get a little bit too animated and energetic like I am tonight. The reason I am tonight, because I know how serious this is. Serious in that as soon as this holiday is over, and as soon as New Year's is over, and you get into everything that's happened in 2026, I know that in 2026, it won't be until next time, this time, but next year at the end of 2026, where we're going to get the donations. I don't know why that is. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that is, but anyway, it's a little bit aggravation for me. So this is very urgent and serious tonight, because I just know the writing's on the wall. We know that 20 or less of you guys will actually make a donation. Okay, we know that. And we know that if you're not going to be donating tonight, you might hear me ask or see me ask for a donation for Trumpet Champions, maybe in March, maybe in May or June or whatever. But I'm just letting you know that we're not getting any donations, or if we are, they're very symbolic, and they're not at the level of really helping us, not even pay for our website. We had a great website a couple of years ago, but we had to let that go. That's $60 a month. It was actually a pretty good website. I helped the lady that designed it, just giving her my ideas, but she did a great job. And the elements and stuff from the WordPress that we were using, and her help to kind of keep it going, that was around $60 a month. And after the first fundraiser, no, we made it through that first year, but the second year we were out of money, and that was it. Couldn't. I got my own personal website and other stuff, and Shopify is always charging me $60 to $100 a month just for my personal site, Trumpet Sizzle. So I mean, I can't double dose it, with Trumpet Champions. So we had a great site, but now we don't. We still have the URL, but it forwards to Facebook. So anyway, it's urgent here, very urgent. Um, we need you to donate now. We need your money right now. It's important because like I just said, we know through the statistics and the facts and my research of these fundraisers that we're doing that most of you are just simply not going to either take the time or maybe you're just not in the right headspace to make a donation in April. So it's going to be now. If we're going to get donations, it's got to happen now. So let's see here. Now I was trying to upload something for you and it didn't work. So I don't know why that is. Let me see. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know why that worked. I tried to add a nice kind of video you guys could watch. It took my images. That's weird. Here it's not letting me do the. Yeah, it's not allowing me to upload. Let's see here. I don't know why that is. Oh, well, we have to forget about that for right now. So let's see what else we can add here. Well, anyway, I'm kind of new to the StreamYard again, and you would think that would allow you to add some videos, and I'm at all the crap here. Overlays, logo, media, QR codes, video clips. You go to video clips, it won't let me do it, folks. I've checked them out both, won't let me do it. Even has a loop spot there, but let me see if I click more. Video clips. Let me try one more time, guys. Let me try one more time. It is now 11:15. So East Coast folks, if you're in Florida, North Carolina, New York. Now I have had students from there before on the East Coast. So you guys just passed your Happy New Year countdown. So it's after midnight there. So if you're watching me there, go ahead and make your donation. We need your help. It's going to good use. You've already did your countdown. Now you're just kind of chilling, and so go ahead and do that. We do need your support. And this thing is uploaded. I'm not sure if it's going to be there, but I do need to go check on Maynard, and I will be back in just a jiffy. Please go to GoFundMe right now, make your donation, and I'll refresh the GoFundMe when I get back. Back in a little bit. Hey guys. Okay, guys, everything's looking good here on the home front. I'm still here, still doing my thing. Give me 5 more minutes and I'll be back. And I'm hoping, I got this thing, it's getting cold. This thing is called a trumpet. And anyway, it's here so I can do some playing. But my main job is to motivate people to donate and let them know why they should and what we're going to be doing with it. Did I already mention we're going to be doing multiple Doc Severinsen performances, not just for his birthday, but we're going to be branching out to jazz festivals. Maybe even the NAMM convention, which happens in January. Now, we won't make that one, obviously, but there is another one in June. There's also the Midwest festival. Actually, it's the Midwest convention, Band Directors Convention. So there's several things for us to do this year. So that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be getting some name recognition. We're going to be getting some exposure. So in case I didn't mention it, that's what your donations are going to go for, getting this movement out. I might have to hire someone to help me a little bit on the application with the NEA that I already talked about. That's coming up in January. Just simply because, you know what, there are people who have a dedicated profession called grant writing. Just like the StreamYard, just like the tech, the sound, the lighting. I'm not a professional grant writer. So, yeah, so these are some of the things that we are going to be doing when you invest in Trumpet Champions by presenting your gift tonight. So we have a lot on our plate to do, a lot to accomplish. And there's more to talk about. I wouldn't mind playing this. Now we have a ladder, a Jerry Lewis telethon type ladder that we're working tonight. And the first milestone is $2,000 on our GoFundMe. Our goal is $15,000, but $2,000 will unlock me now with no warm up. Probably once I play that first milestone, that's when everybody was going to leave. But I've been talking since 10, give or take. It's been an hour and a half we've been on, and I haven't been playing. So, but I'm still willing to put myself out there for this great cause. Be right back in about 5 minutes. Are you seeing the stream on YouTube? Because I've been seeing watchers. Sometimes up to 10 people watching the stream on YouTube. It's on YouTube. Go there and click live. Okay, I am back. I just checked some messages, and some people said that they weren't able to find the live stream here. So anyway, not sure why that is. I went on my phone and did incognito mode, and guess what? I was able to find it back. It was the first thing that came up right away when I went to my channel. So, and of course, I was going anonymous. I wasn't going as myself. So I saw it right away. So even my mom said she had trouble finding it. So I'm not sure what that's all about. But if you go to Trumpet Sizzle, my channel, it's like the first thing that you see there when you go there. So anyway, okay, where are we? Boy, I sure like to play some music. Let me see, what would be the first song I would like to play tonight? Oh, let's see. I got this whole setup here. Um, yeah, let's see here. Um, Maybe this one.
From the NBC studios in Burbank, California, please welcome Johnny's guest, standing in for Doc Severinsen, the Amazing World high note record holder and trumpetist extraordinaire who is sure to give you goosebumps, Kurt Thompson.
Technical part of this is doing okay. Sorry about that, guys. Who can hear the music? Leave a comment. We got some people watching. Please leave a comment if you can hear the music I just played. Or if you can't hear it, let me know. Let me play a few notes on my horn. I'm getting the itch to start playing a little bit. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. As I mentioned at the beginning, quite a long time ago, I had so many tech problems with the configuration of my preamp and everything else. I'm using another laptop to actually input tracks and stuff. But let's see if the microphone's working. Can you hear me play? Could you hear any music? Hello? 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 Yes, you. Can you leave a comment? Yes, you could hear. Could you hear the trumpet? Did you hear the other music, the tracks? I will patiently wait while someone replies. Yes, I heard the music. Yes, I heard your trumpet. Hello, hello. Earth to Kurt, Kurt to Earth. Did you hear anything? I want to make sure that the music's being heard. Can you hear me? Can you type with your fingers? Yes, in the comment section. It looks like the last comment we got was about an hour ago. So we got this one comment here from Charles. He's talking about Winton there when I was talking about Winton. And he added another one. Oh, sold. Oh, sold. Okay, now I understand what he's talking about. Let's see what else here. So thank you, Charles. Happy New Year's to Charles there. Or Jay. Happy New Year, Jay. And then me. I put who can hear the music. I played a little bit from a track, and then I also played my trumpet. I'll leave that up there. You're okay, Luna? Okay, now we got fireworks going off here because we're coming up about 15 minutes to midnight Central Time. You're okay, Luna? You're okay, Luna? You're okay. You're inside the house. Kind of wondering about my backyard dogs there. They're out there in the backyard, but they're in a good dog house that I built for them. They're probably going to be okay. So I got to keep from looking down. I just have the tendency to look down at the TV screen for your StreamYard, which is where you can see yourself. So if you ever wonder why someone's live streaming where they're constantly doing this, it's because they're just looking at themselves, or they're looking for other people interacting with the feed. That's where you have to look down right there. So anyway, I am trying to look for somebody that's responding to what I just commented about, the fact that can anybody hear me? Okay, we're down to one person viewing. So one person viewing. I think everybody's doing the countdown except for me. Everybody's doing the countdown. So I guess I'll just do a couple of warm-ups right now. When we get to 2000, I can play one song. If you're just joining us right now, I'm just kind of warming up the horn. We've been going a couple of hours. I have not played one song yet, and this horn is like ice now. I'm in one of the coldest rooms in the house, so it's yeah, it's pretty cold in here. So anyway, yeah, I don't even know if I'm going to play these songs now. We're trying to get some support in, your gifts in. And remember, what is the mission of Trumpet Champions? What are we trying to accomplish in 2026? We're trying to bring back trumpet, the good trumpet sounds from the 20th century. Yes, we're trying to bring that back. It's not here right now. You may think it is, but it's not. It's being overshadowed and overwhelmed by this crazy pop music, obscene hip hop, violent rap. You know, if you listen to that violent rap, they say the N word like every other word or rhyme in the songs. They're saying the N word, and they're saying kill and RAPE and a bunch of it. It's pretty obnoxious. So no, it's not like we're just going to make this a little bit better. It doesn't really exist. We're really trying to bring it back. That's the mission of Trumpet Champions. I mean, let's We're all musicians here. Just let's stand up for this worthy cause. Isn't it a worthy cause? Won't you contribute right? Won't you donate right now? Won't you gift something right now for Trumpet Champions? We're running out of time. This is critical, very critical. It's urgent, very urgent, very urgent. There's there's something more than the obvious why this is urgent. I've already gone through it, but it's very urgent for right now that you lead with your heart. Actually, isn't that true? When we do something philanthropic like this, when we try to do something charitable, it doesn't come from our logical brain. It just comes from our heart. It comes from our heart. So let your heart lead you right now to making a gift and donating Trumpet Champions. When we use our brain says fear. Like, well, I was able to save, and my investments at the end of this year have now totaled over just 100,000 for 2025, but I'm very fearful because what might happen in 2026? I'm very, very fearful for what could possibly go on in this world that I might need more money. That's your logical brain, which is kind of ridiculous. Life is very short. Time is fleeting. So let your heart lead you. If you know that you're a musician or someone in your family is a musician, let your heart lead you on that. Won't you please give now? The link should be there in the description. If it's not, you can, if you have to do it the hard way, just go to GoFundMe and search Doc Severinsen, search my name, Kurt Thompson, search Johnny Carson, search Trumpet Champions. We should come up on any of those searches if you don't have the link in front of you. But I wonder if I should put the link in the comment section right now. But the link is in the description. If you look below, you should find the link for us. So, okay, it's coming up on 1 a.m. for the people I know in Florida, Savannah, North Carolina, Rhode Island, of course, New York. I always get students from New York. Let's see what else. So you folks have already, it's already coming up on an hour now, so that you're into the new year. And here in Central Texas, we are at with the 5-minute mark before we are going to ring in the new year. And then we still have Mountain Time and Pacific Coast Time. And I'm trying to hang out as long as I can for those folks in that area too. So I'll just do a little bit more warming up here. Okay, if we're not having played for several hours since I've been talking here, I mean, it's not feeling too bad. Okay, I'm back. Wait, what? We got more people watching the video when I'm not here. That's pretty funny. How'd that happen? We got more people watching. How does this work? If I want to see the live viewers, well, I guess you can't really. I was just hoping it would tell me. Okay, I see. All the live viewers. So we're actually being shown on Facebook right now and YouTube, but all the live viewers for most of the evening have been coming from YouTube, not Facebook, even though we're on Facebook right now. So let's see, what else? Well, so I've been at it for a good couple of hours here. Let's see, we've been stuck, the needle has been stuck at 1200. And our first, just to remind everybody, the ladder system we're using is kind of similar to Jerry Lewis telethons. And so our the ladder is working like this. $2,000 when we hit that milestone, that will open up the first Doc Severinsen solo, or just a solo. It looks like it might have to just do some kind of warm up. And then after that, we'll jump up to the $5,000 mark. That will open up another Doc Severinsen solo. And then we make another small step up to 7,500, and that will be the third Doc Severinsen solo. I'll be playing that with the tracks and everything. And then we get up to the biggie there, 10 grand. We'll do the fourth solo. And then we'll just go to our goal, which is the finale, 15,000. And we'll either do an encore or we'll play another Doc Severinsen that you hadn't heard. So every milestone that we make unlocks another piece of music. So that's kind of how Jerry Lewis, if you ever watch his stuff, you would notice he would talk for a little bit, tell why they're doing it. Of course, they're doing it for the kids mainly, but also for some adults. They're talking about how the disease, strikes everybody. And he would keep, looking over at the ladies with the phones, and they would ring, and sometimes they'd be too quiet. But eventually, when he got to one of his first goals, everybody was happy, and he might sing. You seen Jerry sing? Or he might have Sammy Davis on, or he might have whoever. When they kind of got back together as friends, Dean Martin, he came on at one point. And then they have different other celebrities come on, whether they might sing or dance or whatever. And then they would go back to try to get more donations coming in. So I'm kind of doing it in that style tonight. And I'm live now. And all the fundraisers before tonight, I haven't been live. I've just posted videos. If you were with the fundraiser last year, which is the closest one in memory, I wasn't live. I don't remember making live videos. Maybe I made one during the day, but the videos I posted leading up to midnight in Central Time were just live videos. No, sorry. They were recorded videos. They weren't live videos like this. And I wasn't also prepared to play. I mean, I wasn't going to play. So anyway, I'm doing things differently, putting myself out there. And Trumpet Champions is here. We exist to revive the greatest trumpet music from the 20th century. And this could be transformative. We'll definitely educate the general public. These would be like your typical non-trumpet players. Maybe they listen to country music or classic rock or stuff like that. I'm thinking of kind of an older demographic, but it could be also young folks. But we're going to be educating the general public with what we do, but just by performing, and also entertaining. You have to admit, if I come out in this jacket here, there might be some education when I got the horn up, but there's also a little bit of entertainment value too. So that's part of our mission. And then we have to we have to not forget about really what I want to get after. And we haven't made our way to that part of the mission yet. And that's actually reaching out to students at the school level. So we're talking elementary, middle school, junior high, and high school, maybe some colleges. But do you remember going to assemblies when you were in elementary school, and there might be a speech, or maybe it was someone that was talented that was performing or singing, or maybe sometimes they were doing the DARE, remember that? DARE, drugs against um, whatever that was. I don't remember. But they would come and do an assembly, like for, elementary, everybody would go there. Well, trumpet champions could do that. And that's part of our education process. We play, especially in underserved communities, maybe very far out rural, or a more inner city where they're not getting this kind of stuff. And just by showing up and playing this music, and even if it's just me popping out some notes with the trumpet and letting them hear this big band stuff, that's education right there, because right away that's getting their wheels turning in their brain. They haven't been exposed to that, and they're thinking, this actually, there's something to this music. There's something I like about it. So now we haven't got to that part of the mission yet. I believe that will come in the latter part of 2026 or maybe in 2027. We have to make it out just to the general public first to build up a little reputation as far as our integrity, showing up, doing what we say we're going to do, playing, just that kind of reputation. So we need to build that up first at a couple different places throughout the year coming soon in 2026. So that's kind of where I see it. If we can meet our goal of 15,000, I believe near the end of the year, or maybe after Labor Day when kids go back to school, that is when maybe we could get our first one in for an assembly. And I could do a little brief talk with the kids about trumpet, and especially if they're thinking about getting in band. And if they're not thinking about it, I could try to get them motivated to think about it. So that's the education part. That's what I'm talking about. That's what your money is going towards. Cost of getting all that out there, traveling, the expenses. And as I mentioned before, we need a sound person. We need a sound person that can wear two hats, sound and maybe video as well, live streaming video and stuff like that. I need a helper because I have some physical limitations that are kind of hitting me, and they're I got, well, one part of it I got notified about 2 years ago. I didn't take it too seriously, but then it got worse, and so hey, we'll talk about that a little bit more. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but it goes along with the urgency. So the urgency, let's talk about that again. Why am I here? Why am I doing it now? I could be out partying, or I could be just laying on the bed watching a good, there's a couple of Westerns I want to see that are out in 2025. I want to catch those. So I could be doing a lot of other things, or I could just be, going through my horn practicing. There's just a lot of other things I could be doing, or at the very least, just doing a kind of a low key party somewhere, just kind of bringing in the new year. But I'm here, so I'm being of service. I'm donating my time and my talent for Trumpet Champions because I really believe in the cause. And why is it urgent? Why is it urgent tonight, right now? Why is it urgent? I've done research on our last couple of fundraisers, and unlike Jerry Lewis from the MD Labor Day telethons back in the 70s and 80s, actually I think he started in the late 60s, but anyway, we're not nationwide. We're not on network TV. Millions are not watching me right now. And so every year, based on the research I've done, I've noticed we've gotten as little as 10 donors to make donations, and we've got upwards to 20, but it never really has gotten past 20. And so the donors that tend to make donations are serious people, and they make high dollar amount donations. And that's almost kind of required, because with 20 people, if everybody just gave a $5 bill, I mean, that's $100. So that wouldn't even pay. If we could get our website going, that would only pay it for a month and a half for website, and actually nothing else. So of course we're happy to get anything, but we have, because we already know that the number of donors for Trumpet Champions is probably going to be under 20. We really need your donation to be meaningful and to hit some milestones there, to repeat that word again. And I believe that can happen based on our good economy right now, did you just see our GDP in the fourth quarter here, or was it the third quarter? But regardless, it was like gangbusters, 4% growth. I mean, who would have thought that? The stock market has ended the year with an absolute bang. What did it go up by 30% this year? Gold up, Bitcoin up, real estate has been up for so many years. Now it's floundering a little bit, but I just have to think that there's somebody out there who played trumpet or played trombone or played an instrument, and back in college they got good enough to maybe they wanted to be a major, trumpet major or trombone major or whatever it is, but then they realized, wow, that's I'm really having to humble myself because I know that in that line of work you're not really making a lot of money. And so a lot of these people, maybe even you, I'm talking to you right now, you could have done that. You could have taken the road that I did, but you wanted to have a different type of life in an environment more in the corporate world. And so you went into finance, or you went into sales, or you went into law, or maybe something high tech like computer science and things like that. And now here you are. You've invested all your time. And so I think, especially with this economy the way it's been, I think you're feeling pretty good. You're feeling really good. Some of you, I think there's one person, let me use my psychic abilities. Yes, there's one person right now that is feeling so good. They're like floating. They just are so giddy and so ticklish and floating because they've done so well financially this year and the last couple of years that they're not even quite sure of how they're going to invest their money for 2026. They have so much money. And they have all the money earmarked for vacations and for their fifth flat screen TV for their mansion. Yeah, it's all earmarked. And then they still have plenty of left over. $15,000. Yes. 15,000. Somebody there right now, somebody that's listening to the sound of my voice. It's like I got some psychic intuition here. Somebody is just feeling so good and so happy at their good luck and their good fortune that I think that they could just meet our goal right now. And it wouldn't even bother their finances, wouldn't even make a dent. They wouldn't even notice it. And with the way the market is, in a couple of months, they'll make the money back anyway. So I think if that's you, is that you? Do the planet and the world some good. Do our American culture some good. And go ahead and give your gift right now. Please. We need money. Trumpet champions need money. We need money. And I already talked about Wynton Marsalis. And for those who weren't watching, my, oh my, man. He's getting so many donations that they've jacked up his income to close to $3 million now a year. And I even looked at the 990. You can get this. This is public information, so it's not like I'm divulging personal information here. But even some of the stagehands and the maintenance people are making 200 grand a year. I mean, let me see if I can pull that back up here again. Hold on a second. If you look at this again, let's see if I can find the immediate assets here. Where did it go? Okay, here we go. Look at this. Let me see if I can find the stagehand where I saw that. Okay, go all the way down to the bottom. It says stagehand. So these are people that are, maybe they're drawing back the curtains, maybe they're setting up the risers for, when they do the performances. Maybe they could be, maybe they're also doing some of the audio visual stuff, the lighting, the sound, like all the stuff I've been doing. Look at that amount. They're getting paid 200 grand. I mean, can you imagine that? You don't even need a high school degree to do that. So, but go all the way to the top of this list. Wynton Marsalis, if you add up all the money that he's got for 2023, it comes close to 3 million. And as I mentioned before, I checked out some of his other years, and this is all public information. And I'm thinking, wow, 3 million. Yes, makes me jealous. Yes, it makes me a little bit envious. That's a lot of cha-ching, isn't it? And so if you happen to know Wynton, or if he's an acquaintance, please tell him to kind of throw a little bit of that cha-ching here. And I think it'd be like a day's pay for him. just to help Trumpet Champions meet our goal. 15,000. I think that would Winton's probably making 15,000 every 2 days. When you think, if he's making 3 million, he's probably bringing in 15,000 every couple of days. So anyway, check that out. At the top is Winton. This is his 2023 tax return, and he's the head honcho there at Jazz at Lincoln Center. Let me take that off, and I'll just show you at the top of the 990 was right here. And so this is what it looks like. This is the first page of the 990 for Jazz at Lincoln Center. Hey, we do a 992. So you can look up, maybe you can look up Trumpet Champions, but the thing is, when you receive less than $50,000 in donations and grants, you don't have one of these full-fledged 990s like this. You get to send in a little postcard. In fact, they call it a postcard 990. So for 5 years now, when I go to work on the taxes, it's easy. It really is easy. It's a 990 postcard. You just fill out a couple numbers. And one of the big questions is, did you receive more than 50,000? And I always kind of grin at that in kind of a funny way. No, we didn't. Not even half that amount. So not even like 1/3 of that amount. And so that's it. But Jazz at Lincoln Center does the opposite, at the opposite end of the spectrum. So anyway, let's see here. So we'll take that off the screen. Man, let's see here. We got just a few stragglers here. Let's see if we can do an update. Oh, we got a new comment. Let me go to comments. Hold on. Oh, Happy New Year, Dom. So I'll put that up on the screen. So Dom Parisi says, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, y'all. I hear the music. So you did hear the music. But yeah, that one I know that you heard. Okay. But I also was kind of testing out my trumpet. I wanted to find out at that time. That's been about an hour ago now, if anybody heard that. So Happy New Year, Dom. Dom, we would like your support too. We need money and donations right now. I mean, we're hurting. We really need it. And in case you weren't here earlier, there's something peculiar about Trumpet Champions. When we get our donations, it happens right now. Now I send out emails and some texts, and just kind of gently remind people that we're a nonprofit and we would appreciate a donation and their help. But from January and through November, like zero. I mean, literally, maybe 1 year we got $50. So there is an urgency here that I already know that this is the time if people are going to donate, they will donate now. They're not going to donate in April. And I believe that goes for you. If you're going to make a gift right now, it will be now. But when you get a reminder from me in April, it's just not likely, based on the research I've done, that you're going to give a donation in April. So please donate now. We need money. This organization needs money to keep it going for 2026. In case you didn't see, I didn't ring in the new year with anybody, no friends, family, or acquaintances. I didn't even ring it in here. I'm just trying to do the best for Trumpet Champions. I know that we're now into 2026, at least in Central Texas, and it won't be too long, another half an hour. All of my folks that I know in Colorado, Utah, Arizona, they will be bringing in 2026. And then last but not least will be California and Oregon, Portland, maybe Idaho. At that point, they'll be bringing in 2026. So we don't have much time left. We really need your support. I would like to play at least one song tonight. Man, if I only play one song, that means that things kind of went south, because unlock the first Doc Severinsen trumpet solo means we need to be at the $2,000 mark. And man, it seems like we're so far away from 15,000. Really, I don't know what to tell you folks. If we can't get to 15,000, well, if we can't get past 2,000, what am I supposed to do with that? I think I can probably go to one jazz festival with a sound person. Maybe go to 2 different jazz festivals with a sound person. That's not really a lot of momentum. Last year we had to spend so much on the equipment and everything, the arrangements, the tracks, all that stuff. Plus I had to learn the music. And we kind of culminated in that one huge tribute performance for Doc on Monday, July 7th. And that was when Doc turned 98. And it was a tribute not only to Doc, but also Johnny and Ed. And then there was nothing after that. We were out of money. We were out of money for that performance. I had to kind of shell out money from my own pocket for just that night was close to $1,000. So I just don't have the income that some of you do. You know, I'm going to talk about that in a little bit, but anyway, so we do need your support. We need your money, your donations, your gifts right now. Is anybody watching totally opposed to making this a success? I mean, is anybody totally against making a donation for whatever reason? I'd like to think that wouldn't be true. If you are against helping us out, well, why don't you leave a comment or send me an email why that would be? And we're trying to do our little part to make the world better. Now, what would happen if there were no trumpet champions and maybe no jazz at Lincoln Center and people not trying to do good? I think that things would be even worse than they are right now. So things would be worse. What kind of things? Well, how about our morals for one? How about the violence and the crime? Have you noticed that all that has escalated? I think a good part of that's coming from the music of the rappers and the obscene hip hop that's telling you to go out and kill people, telling you to go out and hurt people, telling you to go out and kill cops. There's so much of that. And you listen to those songs, every 3 words is the N word, or every 3 words is F you, or everything. It's just it's pretty hardcore violent stuff. And that may be responsible for why we are seeing an uptick in this violent crime. You know what I'm talking about. Like you hear somebody on a subway and someone just stabs them to death right there for no reason. So that's what I'm talking about. That I didn't really see all that when I was growing up, all that kind of violent crime. I know it existed, but not at this capacity, not at this level. I believe the music that is so popular with the youth, this violent music that constantly mentions going to hurt people, go out and hurt people. You know, you're going to get, what do they call that? I guess if you're in a gang, they'll end up making you at a higher level, whatever. I'm not a gang person, but anyway, supposedly it adds more clout for them. So it's just pretty bad. Just this rap music's pretty bad in general, the violent stuff. So anyway, yeah, so that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to change that a little bit, at least slow it down with Trumpet Champions. Okay, where are we? Oh boy. Okay. So just in case somebody thinks this is about kind of pressuring people, am I really pressuring people? Am I pressuring people, or am I just trying to get people to participate at a higher level? Is that what that's about? I think I'm just trying to get people to participate at a higher level. There's no pressure here. I just want people to make a meaningful gift a meaningful donation at something meaningful, a higher level. I think that's just perfectly fine. So we have, our watchers have kind of dwindled down. We are in 2026 where I live, and let's see if we can do an update now. Let me go to GoFundMe and refresh it. Remember, the needle has not moved all night. We've been kind of stuck at 1,200. So let me go ahead and refresh it and see where we're at. Hey, haha. Okay, it's gone up a little bit. Let me take a screenshot of that and I'll put it up. Okay, we got a little activity there. I'll put it here. Let me just put it on the downloads. Okay. I'll put that up so you guys can see it. Okay, here we go, guys. We have a new goal amount right now, or not really a new goal amount. I mean, we've got some more contributions in now, finally, and we are at 1,600. 5 donations. 1,600. My oh my, are we are scrounging. We're still not even at, we're still $400 away from the $2,000 mark just to get the first Doc solo in. And man, I'm gonna have to go take a break. I have some issues with my back and neck, and just standing here, it's pretty tough for me. Just stand here like this. So I would like to see if somebody could possibly gift us 400 so we can at least get the first Doc Severinsen solo for tonight in. We're $400 away from that. It sure would help out a lot. Okay, where are we at here? Well. Okay, 12:45 my time. As I just put up there before, we moved the needle a little bit here for our Trumpet Champions fundraiser. And man, not much. We've been stuck at $1,200 at our GoFundMe for well over a week. Hasn't moved, and then tonight, for just about the whole evening, it was stuck at 1,200, and here at the last little bit, it moved up a couple $100. We're at 1,600, and we're so far away from 15,000. Let me refresh and see if we're changed. Hey! Oh boy! Oh boy! I was almost ready to go ahead and pack it in because I'm actually a little bit tired, folks. Not so much from just standing here, but standing here has made me tired. But all the stuff that led up to putting this together kind of wore me out. We now have made our first milestone, and so that unleashes the first Doc Severinsen solo. But man, you know, if you've been watching this live stream, you know I haven't been playing. I mean, it's not warmed up. Let me take a screenshot so everybody can see that. So let me know who. Let me also see who to think about that. Hold on a second, if I can find that. Let's see here. I want to be able to see who did that so I can at least thank them. Hold on, guys. Let me just see. So we reached 2,000. Let's see here. Hey. Okay, I won't give his last name, even though he already left a comment. But I'm just giving out first names only just to protect people's privacy. So Dom, Happy New Year. Wow, thank you. That is appreciated. And you got us into our first milestone. I was almost going to pack it up, Dom, because I was thinking, well, I've been here for what, 3 or 4 hours, but I've been here long before that messing with the stuff. I haven't been playing. So I thank you, Trumpet Champions. Thanks you. With $2,000, let's see, what can we do with $2,000? With $2,000, by myself with no help. Now this is not going to build our reputation, but I probably could go to several jazz festivals. But then again, we're trying to build a reputation. So I really do think we should insist on having a sound person go with me so it can come out the best. Remember, we're trying to make an impression. And if I'm left up to trying to wing it with the sound, it could be another weird one, you know, in front of a lot of people where things just don't go right. And they're going to think, wow, that wasn't that great. So, I mean, we don't want that kind of reputation. So I think with that amount of money, and with what live sound people charge, which seems to be around $500 per event at a minimum, a lot of them charge more than that. I'd say maybe with that, maybe we can get in a good solid 2. When you factor in all the other fees and everything, maybe that would allow us to do 2 jazz festivals. I wanted to do several. Plus, if we had the 15, we could probably make a couple schools by the end of the year and have devoted 2026 to multiple performances and kind of get our name out there. But with 2,000, we could probably get more than one performance. So that's going to help out. So anyway, let me remind everybody who has contributed so far. So of course, Dom just did. So Happy New Year, Dom. Appreciate that. My mom has contributed quite a bit already. So I said 100 earlier, but I think she's put in now $400. My dad's already put in about $100. Travis has put in 100, and I'm just mentioning amounts now because I'm not mentioning your last name. Brad shelled out a cool $1,000, and let's see, and then David, I'm not going to mention his last name. He's the one I already mentioned that sent a card, a Christmas card I got recently yesterday, and that was $50. So that's going to help out as well. So I just want to let everybody know that I wanted to mention your name, but I'm not giving out your personal information. But you all made um, leadership, meaningful type of donations. And I know somebody could just send in $10 or 20, and that's what I would call more of a symbolic one. But tonight we are asking for those kind of larger, meaningful donations. Have you checked how much everything costs these days? I mean, everything has gone up, so it's tough. We want to make this a good professional performance, just like the tribute. Now, it won't be that. If I go to a festival, they're not going to let me take an hour and a half of a 2-hour festival doing the whole tribute. So it'll likely be me performing a couple of songs up there on stage, or something. That's what my guess is. Maybe one song, maybe 3 songs. Hard to know. So it won't be our show that we did for Doc, but it'll be some of those Doc Severinsen's songs. So, okay, let me see if I can warm up and at least. Oh, let me do the screenshot so you can see where we're at, folks. Let me get out of this screen because this gives some personal information on our donors. I don't want to do that. So let me go ahead and, okay, I'm out of there. And let me screenshot a little bit of that. Okay. And, okay, I got that. Now let me put it up so people can see. Hold on one second. Okay, there it is. As of 12:50 a.m. Central Time in 2026 on January 1, we are at the $2,000 mark, and that gives me a little bit of hope. I can see us now attending a couple of these jazz festivals, hopefully with a sound person, so I can actually just focus on playing, and we can start kind of letting people know what we're doing, getting out there in front of people. And so, anyway, that's our where we're at right now. We've moved the needle from 1,200, which is where it's been stuck at for about a week, and even most of tonight it was stuck there. Now we're up to $2,000, and we're still quite a ways away from Mount Everest, the $15,000 mark. But anyway, I'm happy we're there, and that means we've unlocked the first milestone. So let me remind you about our ladder. I'm doing like a Jerry Lewis telethon type ladder style. And if you don't know that name, if you don't remember the Labor Day telethons that he would do on network TV, basically he would talk and try to get people to donate, and people call in. And when they reach a certain goal, then he would sing, or he'd have a celebrity come on and they would do whatever, some kind of tap dancing, or they might play an instrument or sing. Typically, it was very famous people like Sammy Davis Jr., Dean Martin. So most of them were singers. And then you would get treated, by achieving something up the ladder. And so that's what we've done right now. So where our ladders are at, our ladder goes like this: 0, then 2,000, a big jump up to 5,000, 7,500, 10,000, and then the goal is 15,000. And each increment unlocks a piece of music for you, and actually says, "Okay, Kurt, you got to go play." So let me take this off the screen now so you can see. So this is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting because, as you know, what is it? Almost 1 a.m. here, and I've been preparing for this. Just actually this part here, not all the setup. Since about 8:30, 9 o'clock. I mean, I had to download some music that we're going to be playing, and some other things, some things that you've seen me pop up on the screen. So for about almost 4 hours now, I haven't really played. But let me see, what could I even play? What could I even do, man? Now the horn's ice cold. Let me play a few notes here, guys. I would like to know if you can hear me play the trumpet, and if it's coming in decent, too loud. Anybody able to let me know in the comment section? Do you hear me playing? Can you hear me playing or warming up? Even the valves are getting sticky. It's so cold. Oh, the lips are cold and stiff, guys. They're cold and stiff. Oh, hey, Dom. Okay, so Dom just chimed in. I hope you were listening, Dom. When I thank you for your gift, is really appreciated. So thank you, Dom. And okay, so you're able to hear what's going on here. Because when I do that, I'm not really hearing it through the monitor. I don't know what's up with that monitor. I got the microphone back. If it sounds like I'm talking in kind of a tunnel, the reason for that is when I had the microphone up close to me, and then of course when I would go to play, it would just clip the mic. So I had to put the microphone that you're listening to me on right now, it's a condenser. It should be closer to me when I'm speaking, but because I thought I was going to be doing a lot of playing, I have it back for me about a good almost 6 feet. I'm a little bit worried about all of Doc's stuff. It's hard to do, and it's very difficult to try to warm up on. Oh, let's see here. Let me see if I can get out of this one. Hold on, guys. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay, we got some people coming back to the house, and it's getting a little bit noisy. Oscar, calm down, Oscar. Calm down, Oscar. It's okay, Oscar. You're okay, Oscar. He's crying now. He's crying. It's okay, Oscar. I can't let you hear because I'm getting ready to play. You're okay, Oscar. You're okay. It's okay, Oscar. Hold on, guys. Let me see. Oh, Oscar's upset. You're okay, Oscar. You're okay, Oscar. You're okay. Oscar's upset. You know, I'm live streaming. People now they want to hear me play something, Oscar. And I know you start crying when I play too loud. Yeah, you start crying a little bit, Oscar. Yes, Oscar cries a little bit. You're okay, Oscar. Hold on, Oscar. Hold on. Hold on, Oscar. Now I'm kind of in a pickle because I want to do some playing, but Oscar's crying there, and if I shut the door, he's gonna get upset. But he's very sensitive to loud noises, and we are about ready to make some loud noises here. Okay, what the heck? Let me just, I don't know how much we're going to be interrupted here. I would like to do this without him barking. Hold on a second. Hold on, I'll be right back. Calm down, Oscar, calm down. Calm down, Oscar. You calm down, I want to play a song, Oscar. But it's not going to be good if you're barking the whole time. You're okay, Oscar. Hold on, Oscar. Hold on, Oscar. Let me just shut this. Let me shut that out. You're okay, Oscar. Okay, you're okay, Oscar. Let me play my horn. You're okay. Okay. Hold on, Oscar. It's going to get loud. Let's see here, guys. Okay, I'm a little bit nervous about trying to play something this hard, but let's just see. Let me see where we're at. Hold on, hold on. Okay. Let me do some little work, guys. I'm going to try to get something going for you. Let me bring in I have to bring in the mic a little bit because I'm trying to keep the speaker behind the mic. Let me try that again. Let's see. We want to get it where it's not going to be. Here's a little feedback. Let me bring up the mic a little bit. Let's see what happens. I think we know this song. Okay, let's try it. I think no feedback. I think we might be okay. This is the first piece of music from the first rung of the ladder. I'm getting sentimental over you is the name of the song. That's that very dangerous ending of I'm Getting Sentimental Over You. That was the Tonight Show Orchestra arrangement that Doc played with. And I'm kind of patting myself on the back. That's not too bad. Not too bad. I had a couple little brain farts in there, but all in all, if I had to do that in front of a crowd, I think I'd be okay with it. Okay, we unlocked the $2,000 milestone ladder, and we have ladders going all the way up to 15,000. Each one unlocks some more playing by moi. Now we do have some issues with StreamYard. So StreamYard is, if you noticed, it was kind of cutting in and out and in and out. Yeah. So that's kind of the problem. Let me turn this down a little bit. Okay. That's the issue with StreamYard, is that the sound quality wasn't consistent. So you'd have to let me know in the comments. Did you notice that the sound was there, then all of a sudden it kind of faded away, and all of a sudden it kind of came back again? I mean, that's what it was doing earlier on a test. So let's see here. Oscar, Oscar, Oscar. You okay, Oscar? Okay, let me just take a small break with Oscar, make sure he's okay. He's kind of crying. Come here, Oscar. Come here, you're okay, Oscar. Yes, Oscar, you're okay, Oscar. You're okay, little boy. You're okay, Oscar. You're okay, Oscar. Oscar's okay. He's okay. Oscar's doing good. You're okay, Oscar. It's okay, Oscar. You're okay, Oscar. Let's see what's going on here. Anybody here still? Oh, nobody's here. Nobody's here. Okay, what's going on, guys? What's going on? Okay, we got in our first song of the night. Actually, truth be told, and I think you know if you've been watching this live stream, that was my warm up. So I warmed up on Doc Severinsen. I'm getting sentimental over you. And also, I had a couple little brain farts in that one. I think when I'm frazzling myself and stretching myself at both ends of the brain spectrum, it's difficult. My brain kind of locks up on some of this stuff. So I didn't feel as smooth as I wanted to be because I've got so much tech stuff going through my head about ASIO and ASIO management on Reaper, all the different chords and messes and connections I had to mess around at Guitar Center with. Um, Things didn't work out until we figured out maybe we need to run the tracks from a different laptop into the Focusrite Scarlett, and then have that go into the laptop, and then have the camera come from the camera into the laptop. But we had to get a micro USB adapter for the Canon M50, and it was just too much, man. That's not my expertise. That's not what I want to be working on. I had to do it because, well, we're out this year. We were out of money, so it's not like I could call in somebody, just have somebody get it all fixed up. So all I had to do was worry about playing, and so that didn't happen. So, but anyway, we are where we are at right now, and we are. Where are we? We're at 110. So um, I wouldn't mind. Let me see what else. Since I've warmed up a little bit, wouldn't mind playing something else. Let me see what I got here. Um, oh, let's see. Oh, let's see here. What do we got? What do we got? Um, because I'm thinking I would like that ladder that I talked about, the donation ladder, to mean something, but we're running out of time, folks, and I'm simply not going to be able to play this very difficult stuff at 2 o'clock in the morning here. I just don't see myself being able to do it. One thing I haven't done live is Maynard's what I consider like his second most difficult song. I don't even know if I can do that. Let me see if I have that. Hold on a second. Hold on, Oscar. That's not going to help out if you're barking like that. I'm just checking stuff out here, folks. Let's see. Oh, let's see here. Hold on, let's see here. Hold on, guys. Let me see here. I'm just looking for one thing over here. Oh, here we go. Uh-oh. Okay, this song here that I might try to play just for giggles because I don't think anybody's really watching, and we're about ready to finish it out. I would like to make the second rung of the ladder here, which would be the 5,000 mark. I'm still hopeful, but man, it's tough. it's tough. We're running out of time. And I think by the time that I actually stop this in about a half an hour or 45 minutes, I'm going to be too tired to play anything more. So I thought I would just try this one. Now, this isn't a Doc Severinsen solo, but this is one of Maynard Ferguson's most difficult solos that he did when he was very, very young, back in the early 50s. And it's difficult because you don't get to breathe. So I don't know if I can do all of it. I may have to stop, but we will see. Let's see here. One third outside. There we go. Yeah, this is a very difficult one to do. In fact, it doesn't get much more difficult than this. That woke me right up, guys. That was Maynard Ferguson's Somewhere Over the Rainbow live from 1954. That's when he recorded it. And I had an accompaniment out there. That's Oscar. Oscar, you want to give a bow? Oscar, could you please bark any louder, any more? Oscar. Oscar's like barking and barking. He was barking most of the time throughout that solo, but I don't know if he was louder than my trumpet. I think my trumpet probably beat him out. So we got that one that was over the rainbow. Calm down, Oscar. Let me have people look at Oscar. People want to see who was barking. Come here, Oscar. Come here, Oscar. Come here. You're okay, Oscar. You're okay. Come here, Oscar. People want to look at you. Okay, Oscar. All right. So this is Oscar. Oscar is very camera shy. I saved Oscar last December 3rd when he was attacked by Rocky and really almost unconscious, practically unconscious, like kind of comatose. It was pretty bad. It was pretty awful to see. And got him a lot of medical care and took him in. There's no way he could go back there with Rocky. Rocky's about 70 pounds. He's about 18 pounds. And Rocky's more of an aggressive breed. So, I mean, Oscar's whole head would almost fit in Rocky's mouth. That's how big we're talking. So this is Oscar. He was the one that's barking. Now Oscar is very sensitive to my trumpet. Not every dog is. Maynard could fall asleep while I'm playing, but look at Oscar's kind of pushing me away. But I think he's shy for the camera. So a lot of times when I practice, I will have to put Oscar in the walk-in closet. Now I leave the light on. I put a bunch of fluffy pillows in there and some comforter so he's okay. And he goes in there with his mom. So Honey is another one that I rescued. And Honey I rescued the year before Oscar, who also got beat up pretty bad by Oscar, or by Rocky. So I'll put both of them back there in the walk-in closet. I'll shut the door. I'll leave the light on because that blocks a lot of the trumpet sound and they don't cry or get hurt as much with the sound. So that's Oscar. So he might have been barking from the noise from the trumpet, but he's also barking from some of the commotion that's going on in the other part of the house. Anyway, that's Oscar. Can you look in the camera? There you go, Oscar. Oscar, it seems like he understands the camera. He's a little camera shy, right, Oscar? He's kind of pushing me away. So let's put him back over here. Okay, can you calm down a little bit, Oscar? Maybe a little bit, Oscar? Okay. He's calmed down a little bit now. Probably will ramp up again once I start playing. Okay. Let's see. Can we have some more donations, please? I got a small feeling, but I just don't want to trust that feeling that maybe people are opposed to trying to revitalize the 20th century trumpet stuff. I really don't want to believe that, but there's something kind of in my gut that says maybe that might be true because not a whole lot of people are donating. I think we got 6 or 7 of you, and you got a whole lot more than that that have access to this that I've told about. So I'm just wondering why that is. I know that we have something good going on. I know that this would really impress upon youth if they heard this live. They'd be like, wow, that guy's playing the same thing that I'm doing, that I'm just trying to get a note out of. Maybe a 9-year-old is thinking that, or a 10-year-old, and who knows, maybe it might be motivating. Or maybe someone's never even actually heard trumpet like that live, and they're a kid, and they're like, I think I can probably maybe take band and do something like that. So this is a real eye-opener, a real exposure for a lot of kids. So anyway, no pressure here. Remember, this is about participating kind of at a level that makes a real difference. No pressure, no pressure. I'm just trying to warm you up to participating, gifting at just a more serious level here, more serious level. We have to have some serious, meaningful support just because of the research that I've done. And what I've already told you, we just don't get any donations during the normal part of the year. Our donations come in the month of December, and most of those December donations come in right now on the last day of the month. So anyway, that's just kind of where we are. That's why I'm a little bit nervous about it. That's why there's some urgency there to get people to make a gift and to help us out, really help us move forward in 2026. Oscar, can you please calm it down? Oscar, that's just too noisy. Where are you, Oscar? Where's Oscar at? Because he really is getting obnoxious now. Oscar, that's too much. That's too noisy. Too noisy. You gotta calm it down, Oscar. You've been barking for a lot now. Calm it down. No, no more barking. No more barking, Oscar. Yeah, he's barking so loud that it's making it difficult for me to think and try to talk here. So let's see what else here. It's getting late here, folks. We've already passed the New Year's for Utah, Vegas, Arizona, Colorado. They're already into 2026. And let's see what else. We've got the West Coast coming up. And that's about a half an hour from now. Maybe I might, as long as I'm a little bit warmer, let's see what else we can do. Yeah, let's see here. Let's see. I'm running out of energy and I got some back issues. Some neck issues that are kind of making this a little bit tough on me. I bet when I start playing, Oscar's going to start barking. Let's just see. I'll do another song, guys. We're running out of time. Again, we need money. Trumpet Champions needs money right now. $250, $500, $1,000. Please make your gift right now. We're running out of year for almost everybody now as we moved into 2026. And I know at that point, most of you are probably not going to be donating until this time next year, or till this time this year in 2026. So we really need your support. And 15,000 would go a long way for what we need to do in 2026. 2,000 we can do a little bit, but not a whole lot, really. So that's where we're at now. We're at 2,000. Let me refresh the GoFundMe and see where we're at there. No, Oscar. Hold on a second. Come here, Oscar. Where's Oscar? Come on, Oscar. Oscar, come here. Come on, Oscar. Come on, Oscar. You're okay. Come on, Oscar. Okay, I had to put Oscar out in the porch room. He was just really being obnoxious. It's actually hard for me to focus on being musical when I have a dog barking very, very loudly. Okay, so I just refreshed our Trumpet Champions GoFundMe, and we're still hanging at the $2,000 mark, and we have a total of 6 donations. Boy, I'd like to really see it get a lot more than that, maybe double or triple at the least. So, okay, well, I'm still starting to get warmed up, and I'm running out of energy, folks. Here it's 1:30 a.m. Central Time, and I've just about had it. So let's just see. We'll do another non-Doc Severinsen song. long time ago since I performed that live, like more than 15 years ago. Okay, guys, come on. We need your money. We need your help. We need your support. I'm sitting here making my lip fall off. I'm not sitting here, I'm standing, but you get the point. I'm here on New Year's Eve. No, I didn't go out and party, and no, I didn't do the champagne and the party favor and screaming and doing the countdown. I'm here humbly trying to serve you and Trumpet champions by generating some funds for us for 2026 so we can go out and be more productive and get more exposure. We're searching for more meaningful gifts tonight. 250, 500, 1,000. I know so many of you got $1,000. And besides, do you really need that 5th flat screen this year? I know you probably have it written down, must buy 80-inch flat screen TV for our mansion. I know some of you, but really you can hold off on the flat screen, couldn't you? Just a couple of months? And instead, offer us that gift, that benefit, your support here for Trumpet Champions. And go to the link in the GoFundMe. It should be right there in the description. And if it's not, you can just go to GoFundMe and search Kurt Thompson or Trumpet Champions. You'll definitely find our fundraiser. And I got it locked down to where when you find our fundraisers, there's only one there for you to see. You will only see this fundraiser. So it's really hard to miss. You're going to be able to find it. We really need your support. There's some urgency here. We really want to get this going and quit the baby steps. I really want to get it out there. And there's some reasons why I really want to do that, more than just the obvious reasons. So I guess we can talk about some of those reasons now. Let me go. Hold on a second. Okay. Okay, how many heard and saw and listened and said, wow, but Kurt still got it going pretty good, even though he's messing around with all this high-tech stuff and fooling around. I mean, that's what I was doing this past week. And anyway, just not practicing as much as I should. And even if I am practicing, I got so much swirling in my head, it's hard to focus. So hopefully tonight I'm demonstrating, I still have the prowess, the chops, the ability. And did you notice a couple things? Did you see me doing this, kind of hiding behind a stand, staring at the music, got the headphones on, all this stuff, kind of way far away, maybe hiding behind a row of trombones or something? You did not see that. You're seeing performance. This is what trumpet performance looks like. You're not hiding behind a stand like you were when you were a senior in college. Yes, when I was a kid, I would use the stand a lot more than now because I was fearful of not having that stand, not having that music, and that stand creates kind of a barrier, kind of a protection there. And then a lot of times you're doing the solo in the very back of a section of a big band. So this is about pure trumpet performance. When you come out and you got an ear and you got the chops and you're able to play, you're not being handheld by music, being by far removed from the audience. I hope that you can get some confidence that me going forward doing this, I'm going to be able to pull it off. I am going to be able to do that. But how long am I going to be able to do that? I'm not getting any younger. And as I have alluded tonight several times that we have urgency because this is the finale, the final day of our fundraiser. Urgency because I know we don't have a lot of donors. The most we've ever had is close to 20. And it kind of hangs between 10 and 20 every year. That's why we need each donor to make a very large, meaningful gift. Because I know we're not going to get the Jerry Lewis telethon donors where there's 100,000 donors or more. We're not getting that. And they can each, ship in $20 because there's 100,000. We're not getting that. So that's why it's urgent. But there's one other reason. I'm going to go ahead and show you now. I want to show you why there's some urgency here. Recently I got diagnosed with some mild spinal cord damage at my C5 and C6. So I have myelopalagia, which is a narrowing of the spinal canal in my neck. And I kind of joked around with the neurosurgeon. I said, well, I think, is that because I'm playing too many high notes? And I also am the world record holder now, the quadruple high C. He laughed. He goes, no, it's likely from some traumatic injuries you sustained when you were a kid. So you got knocked in the head, or you fell down on your head, or you hit your neck, and you had some pretty bad injuries, and you bounced back. But when you get older, those injuries have not gone away, and they have developed into something. So I got diagnosed with myelopalagia, which is a narrowing of the spinal canal. Now, the canal that leaves your axis from your brain that goes down through your cervical should be 17 millimeters. And mine's normal in most spots, but at C5 and C6, as you get down here near the end of cervical, it looks like an hourglass on the MRI. And it squeezed into a 5.8 millimeter, which is danger zone. Real bad danger, guys. Danger meaning don't fall off a ladder and don't get into a car accident, because you could be severely debilitated. So I got that diagnosis. And then I've had low back problems off and on throughout my life from a near fatal car accident that happened when I was relatively young. I was 26. Was I 26? 27? Anyway, it happened so long ago when I was a young man, but much stronger than I am now. But I got into a real bad one that could have snapped my neck and killed me right there. But it didn't. But anyway, the whiplash hit me all over, but it really torqued my low back. And so I was having a lot of problems with that lately over the last year and a half, where it gets so bad I can't even stand up to use the bathroom. That's how bad it is. So anyway, I went and got an MRI on that one, and they're looking at surgery. So they're looking at different kinds of surgeries. I've been doing some of the lumbar injections. In February, I got an appointment to do my first facet joint injection. And if those don't work, then the next step after that is the radio frequency ablation. And after that, if that doesn't work, then we would move to a basivertebral radio frequency ablation. I believe that's what it's called, where they get deeper into the disc. So all that has made it almost impossible for me to teach on a regular basis, because sitting down with kids and teaching, I can't do it. It's made it difficult for me to even want to be part of most gigs, because I can't sit in the trumpet section for 2 hours. Forget about doing a wedding reception where you're going to be there for 4 hours late at night. I can't do that. My back won't take it. Now I can stand up decently, but I'm feeling it more. I am feeling it in my low back tonight, but I'm feeling it kind of in my neck. So I want to let you know that, let me put this first one up. I'm a little bit embarrassed to put this up, but last year it was so bad that I went ahead. I hope I don't have my information on there. But do I have my information on there? I hope I don't have my social on there. But anyway, I'm about 75% through the process for applying for disability. I mean, that's how bad it is. And all the medical records point to the fact that I'll probably end up receiving it. The other part of that will allow me to receive it would be that my income has been pretty low. Because of this, I've lost a lot of income from teaching. And of course, I'm not doing all the gigs or performing like I used to. And so it's kind of really hurt me bad physically and financially. So when I say that earlier tonight, that it's urgent, that I really need your support now, is because I don't have an unlimited amount of time on this planet. None of us do, but me in particular, I got some things that are trying to hold me back. And the doctors have said that this is not going to go away. In fact, it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. And so that's the urgency for tonight. I feel like, let me put up another one up there that you can see. That just shows that this was my account, my Social Security. And if you check your Social Security, if you go there, you can see your Social Security and what your taxes were and income for certain years. But if you've also had to apply for disability, that's where it's at. So, we have urgency. I need to get us funded. I need to be doing a lot of stuff next year while I'm still able. And after that, in 2027 and 2028, I would like to start looking for a sub for me to start doing some of this stuff. I might still have the facial muscles of the embouchure that you're hearing demonstrated tonight, but maybe my neck and back are just not going to tolerate it. So I'd like to be able to train someone to be my replacement, and I can still work on behind the scenes. Maybe I can still do stuff like this, like our fundraisers, but I would like to train a replacement for me, and I would eventually like to get a lot more funds in where we can start to build the band that I had envisioned like 5 years ago, which is a 7 to a 9-piece band, between 7 and 9 people. I think that would be more meaningful to have a lot more members playing the music live instead of just playing to a track. But with the way I play the trumpet with the tracks, at least from what I was told at the last live event for Doc's birthday, nobody even noticed that there was another band because I had the sax player. We were just blowing some steam out of our horn, so people got it. But anyway, so I've been diagnosed with some stuff, and this isn't aches and pain kind of stuff. I mean, this is stuff where in the MRI for my neck, for example, where it's compressed at C5 and C6, you can see a little dark cloudiness at that 5.8 millimeter compression. And the doctor told me that's mild spinal cord damage. He said, that's not going away. That just doesn't go away. So I just wanted to reveal and be honest that I don't have an unlimited amount of years to keep kind of taking baby steps every year. Every year we get a few $1,000s, and I'm able to do a little bit, but I just can't do too much on that. I end up paying a lot out of my own pocket. Remember, I'm the guy putting in all the time. I'm wearing about 1,000 hats, and I'm actually trying to play the most difficult music like you just heard tonight. How many trumpet players that you know could come up and do it this way? This exposed, this kind of difficult music. I really can't think of anybody. Whitten can't do it. Have you ever heard him play something like this? The written high note solo is the most difficult because you can't finger your way and 2-5-1 your way out of it. If it's somewhere over the rainbow, you got to play it straight, and you can't finger wiggle your way. It's the most difficult. You don't get an out. You can't hide, and you certainly can't come up and hide behind a stand and play this kind of stuff. It is the most difficult stuff. I don't know of too many other people. I'm trying to think of who could really do this. I would think that John Faddis could do it, but I haven't really heard him do this kind of stuff. When he plays high, he's usually improvising. So I don't know. I mean, I would imagine he probably could do it. But anyways, I just really can't think of too many people that can come up and do it without a stand, without the music, and come out and perform and be a performer and play this way. I feel like I can definitely do it this year, God willing. And I have people praying for me that I'm going to be healed. But the doctors say this is just something that you don't get better from. It's just part of getting older, especially if you had injuries. So anyway, I'll put that up one more time because I'm not messing around with this, and I'm trying to humble myself a little bit. That let me put up the other one first. So this is the real deal, guys. I had to apply for disability because I've just had a continued drop in income, a continued inability to do what I've been trained to, what I've been doing all my life. I'm not able to do it now. I don't know how I'm going to be tomorrow by doing all the standing and playing. I don't know what the effects will be. My back might go out, and I might have to not do hardly anything for a week. I don't know, or I might get the vertigo coming back from my neck. It's just a real inconsistent way to be because you just can't count on yourself for the next day. So anyway, that's that one, and you can see I'm almost 75% through the process here of getting some help from disability. It's not something to be proud of. I'm almost kind of embarrassed about it. I mean, I'd rather be out there teaching an extra 20 kids, making a lot more money. I just know I can't do it. I'm not going to be consistent in the lessons. So anyway, that's it, guys. We are 10 minutes away from New Year's Eve on the West Coast. They're still in 2025, ladies and gentlemen. And I do have several students out, several current and past students out in California, that area. And I know they got 10 minutes to count down, and they'll be in 2026. And after that, that's about it. I'm really serious. My neck is all stiffening up, and I'm feeling it. And this, like I just tried to prove to you guys, this is not your normal aches and pains. Everybody gets a little bit of pain in the neck, a little low back pain, right? Everybody has that happen, even young or old. This is not about that. This is about something pretty serious. So if you were going to make a huge substantial donation and you wanted to check on the veracity of what I'm telling you about this disability, then you can contact me personally, and I'd be glad to supply you with more information, including results and prognosis from the doctors that I'm working with. Anyway, I'm happy to do that for someone that's serious about helping Trumpet champions. Anyway, we're just about out of time, really. It's 10 minutes left in the new year. I don't even know if I can play another one, folks. Physically, my chops probably could. I never got a good warm up, so the chops do feel a little bit on the stiff side. I don't know. I guess we can try this one. This one's a monster, man. This one's a tough piece. All these Doc Severinsen pieces are tough, but we can give it a shot. In fact, I'm so frazzled tonight from everything, not from the playing, but from so much other stuff my brain is overloaded with, that the music seems to be a little bit foggy for me. I'll just try to wing it.
Do that again so the audience can see what you were doing before this.
Cleaning out my horn.
Show them what you were doing. I looked over and I see this. And a medal so forth. How long has this been going on?
Okay.
What do you mean too much plug? We plug every... But on those nights where I have been forced to talk to some airhead... I'd like to tell you about my latest movie in the director, you know. A pedal fell on Benny Morass, which will be... Why can't I plug the album? What's wrong with it? Is there a conflict of interest here or something? Well, the band works here. I mean, they're here night after night. Why can't I talk about their album? Anyway, here's the album.
Hold it on up there.
Don't overdo it. This is a mercy booking as it is. Anyway, one of my favorite selections from this album. One of the great standards. Begin the begin.
Here we go.
Stop.
Doc Severinsen, Begin to Begin, that he made famous on Tonight Show and the Tonight Show Orchestra album, probably back in 1980, give or take around there. And this could be a sax solo right now. $1,000,000 question. And I'm not even at my best tonight, ladies and gentlemen. You know that. Especially if you were at the live performance on July 7th. Man, I killed it because I just had it all worked out. So that was Begin to Begin, Tonight Show Orchestra, probably circa around 1980. And where are we, ladies and gentlemen? Let's see here. Okay, we are right now. They're probably doing the countdown on the West Coast. They got a minute or two. Let me just see my phone. That's usually pretty accurate. Yeah. So I got 1:58 a.m. That means they got 11:58. Let's get my face. Hold on a second. There we go. Anyway, trust me, it's 11:58 West Coast time, Pacific time. And so they're probably really close to doing the 10, 9, 8 all the way down to 1 there. And right when it's officially 2026 there, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up here. Yeah, let me just see if I can refresh here what's going on with. I just want to see if we got some more donations. Boy, we sure need it. Let's see here. Well, I lost my GoFundMe page. How'd that happen? How'd that happen? Let's see where we're at. Well, as of 1:59 a.m. Central Time, we are still hanging there at the $2,000 mark. Far, far away from the summit of $15,000, which is our goal. And man, when was the last time that we only got $2,000? I think 2001, we got somewhere around $2,400. And that was one of the worst. But man, I hope we don't break that record tonight. Right now, it looks like we're on track to break that record. I don't want this. Why would this year be the worst year? Because, man, so many people are doing good financially. I don't understand it. Stock market's gone up 30 or 40%. It's gone crazy in the last 5 years if you've been in the market. Gold, where was gold at just 7, 8 years ago? It was in the 2000 range, right? Now it's more than doubled. I mean, if you were into Bitcoin, if you got a house or a real estate investment in the last 10 years, I mean, I just don't quite understand it. This should be a gangbuster year for Trumpet champions. So we could really get out and do a lot of these multiple performances. Why don't you go ahead and make your support right now, make your donation, make your gift to Trumpet champions. Please. Okay, the needle hasn't moved for us now in about an hour. It's been at the 2000 mark. And somebody out there, someone that's looking at me right now, just has the ability to donate the entire amount, 15,000, without even bothering their finances or nothing. Somebody looking at me right now, I can tell. Somebody's thinking about it. You got to let your heart lead your generosity, folks. If you want to be philanthropic, if you want to be charitable, it's not a logical thing that's really going to happen. It comes from your heart. You've ever heard the phrase heartfelt? Like Johnny used to say that right at the end of his shows, have a heartfelt good night. So he's talking about the heart. We're not talking about the logical part of your brain. We're talking the part that likes to help, that likes to make things better, that likes to do their part, your part. So your generosity is coming from your heart. Won't you give something right now? I mean, it's almost over for us as far as the fundraiser. And I see now it's already past midnight on the West Coast. Looks like they got maybe 4 minutes into the new year. So the fundraiser for tonight has ended. I promised to do and unlock a new solo, a Doc Severinsen solo, on these ladders that we had, the 2000, the 5000, the 7500. But I just thought, well, let's just go ahead and give them more than what I promised at the beginning of this. So instead of just playing only one song, I've played several songs now, most without a good warm-up today, to boot. So anyway, you can always rewind this fundraiser and check out some of the solos, considering that I'm not in the best shape chop wise. For those of you who don't know, I've been working pretty hard on publishing excuse me, my music books that I'm doing on Amazon, and not now branching out to other instruments too. So I have a goal at the end of 2026 to get close to 100 or hit 100 different musical books there on Amazon. That's just that's for personal business. But so anyway, I've been in that mode, and that's a whole different mode than performance and practice and gearing up with all this technology to live stream and to get out there and perform. But I was able to kind of get it going a little bit. And plus, there's something that we call in America, I don't know if they call that in other lands, it's called old man strength. So I've been doing this for so long, for so many years. Well, if you figure, how long have I really been doing this? Almost 50 years. So not this, but I mean, I've been at the horn for almost half a century. Can you believe it? So I believe that probably by just beating up my face, my tongue, and my lungs and my mouth for so long, that it just has built a certain strength position that's not easily vanquished by, not, playing or practicing a lot. It's still there. So that's probably why I was able to get away with some of the music tonight. Anyway, if you do rewind this live stream, you'll see that I did some of the world's most difficult trumpet solos tonight for you live, and they came out pretty decent for the most part. For all the stuff I did tonight, I would have been happy to play at Carnegie Hall the way it came out, or at some other large auditorium, or some huge festival. I would have been happy for anything I played that I did, because that's live music. I would have been pretty happy. Now I'm more of a perfectionist, so yeah, I would like things to be better. But to do that live like I did, perform, I feel pretty proud. I can pat myself on the back on that. It's not bad. So anyway, I did my part, guys and gals. I did my part. Did you see me get a little humble tonight? It's pretty humble when you have to admit that you applied for disability, that you have some, nobody really wants to admit that they have some health problems. It certainly doesn't boost you. I mean, it makes, I guess, people kind of feel sorry for you. I'm not the kind of person that I like people feeling sorry for me. But I thought to be transparent, to let you know that we can't just keep taking baby steps every year. I'm just not going to last that long. I'm not going to be able to do it. So we need to run. We need to get this thing going, get the exposure. And like I mentioned, next year or the year after, I would like to start training somebody to kind of start moving in and taking over some of these solos for me, as I may not be able to do that in the near future. I'll still be able to have my hands on everything else, the business side of this, the fundraising side, but the real physical part of moving all this equipment, setting it up, then playing these solos, and that's probably not in the cards for me. So I'm gonna have to at some point get somebody to take over, or at least take over a good portion of these hard solos. Who am I going to find to do that? Who am I going to find to do that? I don't know. That's a good question. It's got to be someone younger. So I'm not going to find someone older than me. It's got to be someone younger, with a little bit more stamina and less health problems. So I've done my part today. I feel like I've done it pretty well. I've tried to explain why Trumpet Champions need your support, why it's urgent. Why is it urgent? Their time is running out. Time is running out for me to continue to do this. Especially, I just don't have the income. Folks, you don't get disability from the government if you're making 100 grand a year. You just don't get it. You got to be kind of on the low end of the scale. And so I've already explained how these conditions have kind of thwarted my teaching business. I just can't sit there with kids. Can't really sit down and do that as much as I used to when I was younger. So won't you please support Trumpet Champions? Please. Someone's out there thinking about it. You were thinking about it, right? Okay, my back can't take it anymore, guys. I'm serious. I gotta go. I just gotta go get off my feet. So I really tried to put my part in today. I feel like I did pretty good. Can I just ask you to do your part? I mean, help us out. Help make the world we're trying to make the world just a little bit better place. I do a lot of it with animals. I practice what I preach. I'm also doing a lot with music. Can you join me for this? I don't know what else to say. You can always email info@trumpetchampions.org or kurt@trumpetsozo.com if you had a question. Maybe you lost the GoFundMe link, whatever, and you email me and you want the link because you're going to make a donation, whatever. Just I'm pretty much open, especially tomorrow is New Year's Day. Boy, it would be nice. It would be nice if I woke up and there were some more donations so we can actually do something with this organization. So I'm going to have to just go ahead and say that Happy New Year, everybody. And I really mean that. Happy New Year. Make it a very safe New Year. Keep your head on a swivel. There's weird stuff going on in the world, weird people out there, more than in the past. So just kind of watch your back and be safe. Be aware, but think positive and have a happy new year. And I would just love to have your support if that's possible. Or if you want to share the reason why you couldn't, I'm open ears. I'd be willing to listen to what you have to say, or if you want to send me an email. But right now, I want to wish everybody a heartfelt